Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the meeting of the Select Board for October 24th, 2023. Let's start off with any updates or announcements from Select Board members. I have a couple, but I'll wait for others to speak. Miriam.
Yeah, I just want to provide my usual update for community vaccine clinics. The Brookline Department of Public Health is going to be having vaccine clinic on Thursday, November 2nd from 9 to 1 at Brookline Town Hall, and Thursday, November 16th from 9 to 1 at the Senior Center. Registration is required, so please head over to the Brookline Department of Public Health website and you can get your COVID-19, your influenza, your RSV, your pneumonia, and your shingles. So
Wow.
get yourself vaccinated up.
You have them all at once.
Hey, listen, the most I have,
like a punch card.
when I got deployed to Nepal, I got 5 in once.
5 in 1 day.
5 in 1 day.
Okay, let's just.
Japanese
Okay.
encephalitis.
Okay. Any other updates or comments?
Was off.
I got one.
Yeah.
John?
Thank you very much. And I have two actually. On Thursday, November 2nd, there is going to be an event sponsored by Brookline Community Foundation, held by Brookline Community Foundation. Brookline Community Foundation is, I'll use the word a partner. It's on many occasions and for many purposes, it has been a partner, as sort of acted as a partner with the town of Brookline to address any number of community needs, and they do a terrific job of doing that. And in this case, on November 2nd, next Thursday of next week at 6:30, they are going to help all of us become better aware of those community needs through an event. It's called Our Community, Our Story, Understanding Brookline. It's a launch of a campaign of ongoing improvement in the understanding that we all have in Brookline of the basic needs of many in our community. Some really important people, really special people are going to be on the program. I'll just mention a few of them. Malcolm Cawthorn, who's the Metco director for the Brookline Public Schools. Chris Chanya-Silkut, who in my case is a neighbor, but she is the president of the American Public Health Association. A former colleague on this board, Dr. Raul Fernandez, is on the panel. So is our school superintendent, Dr. Linus Guillory. Kim Janey, the former interim mayor of Boston, but now CEO of something called Economic Mobility Pathways. And Bob Van Meter from our own Brookline Community Development Corporation, as well as the moderator will be Abba Taylor, who is the very, very capable and very welcome current executive director of the Brookline Community Foundation. So that's next Thursday at 6:30, and people can go to the Brookline Community Foundation website to, it's a ticketed event through Eventbrite, and you'll find out more if you go to their website. The next thing is my comment on a video that Devin is going to launch here, and I'll wait till it gets started, but it's to celebrate something that's coming next week in Brookline, and that is, ta-da, the Driscoll School is finally ready for occupancy, and the company that is involved in the construction of the Driscoll School, they routinely do drone videos. This one's a little bit herky-jerky, but they put this drone video on the Brookline Public Schools or the Driscoll School website, and it shows the newly constructed Driscoll School. And if you look carefully or closely, you'll see that it also shows the existing Driscoll School, which at some point shortly after the kids and the teachers move from the old school to the new school, demolition will begin on the old school. So a lot is going to be happening on that Driscoll School campus. And this video, especially when it replays without all of the jerky motion, is actually a pretty neat look at the new Driscoll School from the air. So I just thought I'd put that out there to celebrate that event in the life of the Driscoll School.
Can I add one tiny?
Yeah.
Please mark your calendars. December 4th, Monday, December 4th will be the ribbon cutting for
Ooh,
Driscoll School.
great.
You will all be invited.
Great. Yes, Paul.
Whoops.
Oh
Hi,
my
so
I
sorry.
don't understand. It's a different language and I'm aware.
Perfect timing. So tomorrow night, the Brookline Neighborhood Alliance, partnership with the League of Women Voters and the Town Meeting Member Association is going to be holding a discussion on the ABCs of the MBTA Community Act warrant articles. We'll be covering two articles, Article 1 of Special Town Meeting 4, which is the Select Board's consensus article. And then we will be covering Article 4 of Special Town Meeting 1. How do you like that for some confusion? Which is our backup article for being in compliance with the MBTA Communities Act. You can go to brooklinena.org for more information. It starts at 7 p.m. It will be right here on the 6th floor of Town Hall, and it will be broadcast on Big, is my understanding. Thank you.
Okay, any others? Okay, I have two comments I'd like to make, and I'm editing it as I go along. Okay, 'cause
You do that a lot.
I cut out a lot. So, the Israeli-Palestine conflict is difficult to talk about without one side or the other, either attacking the position you take or that people think you took, or being nitpicked for not using the right words or the right tone, etc. Nonetheless, communication between peoples on both sides of this issue, both in the Mideast, Palestinians and Israelis, as well as people on different sides of the issue here in the United States, is very, very important. And here in Brookline, we recognize that. And on Wednesday, October 18, at the main library, we had an event that really fostered communication in a way that I considered very, very important. It was a community event for Israel and Gaza. It brought together Jewish and Muslim residents of Brookline for an afternoon of reflection and providing support to Israeli and Palestinian people in the form of cards that kids could write to be sent to the area, candles that were lit for prayer or meditation, donations of supplies that were being sent to Gaza from an organization in Newton, and donations to groups assisting the people of Israel and Gaza in various ways. Among the many groups that you could donate to was the International Committee of the Red Cross. I want to mention that Miriam Ashkenazi actually mentioned to me that her cousin in Israel was a part of an organization called Moms on the Front Line that was working to get the International Committee involved in helping to open up lines of communication with the people being held hostage by Hamas. I know something of the International Committee from my work, from the work my daughter did in South Africa. So I was aware of them and interested in donating to them, and I did. And I'm not sure that my donation had much to do with it, but I am sure that Miriam's cousin's work had a lot to do with the fact that the International Committee has been able to set up significant lines of communication with the people held hostage and even get a few hostages freed, as you may have seen in the news. So I'd like to thank Jen Wolford, who organized this very important event. And I'd like to thank all who participated, because I thought it was a very, very important way for us here in Brookline to make sure that lines of communication are open in this difficult situation. So my second announcement is about Dog Day on Sunday, October 22nd, which was a great success. And the weather cooperated, really cooperated. We were concerned about the rain, but it turned out to be a beautiful, absolutely beautiful day. I just want to mention that Officer Katie McCabe, who handles the...
There.
Wait, I think, I thought Devin was signaling to me. Okay. Katie McCabe, who handles the police support dog, Bear, was there. And I thought it was very interesting that she developed a bunch of baseball type cards with poses of Bear on them. I believe they're available from the police department, but this is something that I hope is spread around town to sort of inform people of the incredibly important work that Bear does, both in the schools and in the community during traumatic incidents that students or others face, but also traumatic situations that the high school students face before big tests, when Bear is available to help keep the kids calm in preparation for these tests. So I thought it was really great that Officer McCabe has developed these baseball card type cards with Bear on them, and I encourage her to make sure they're distributed widely. So,
Great.
anything else? Mike, you looks like you have something to say.
I'm just thinking about, we decided to remove police officers from the schools, but not police officers, service dogs.
There's no way. Okay. Okay. No comment. No comment.
Oh, well, that's exactly my point.
Yes.
There are services provided that we don't even think about that
Yeah.
the police department does. Yeah.
Anyway, okay. Unless there are any other comments, Devin, do we have any public comment?
Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. We encourage you to refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer, but are more likely to work with staff offline and respond via email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, and when your time is up, please conclude your remarks. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail, or stay until the conclusion of the board's business to make your comment at the end of the meeting. I'd like to remind members of the public that the select board did create a new version of the public comment policy in June of 2023. That is on the select board's website under policies, where you can see the specifics of the public comment policy, including the fact that members of the public are encouraged to make comment on items on the agenda that are not a public hearing during this time. There are no attendees in person, and there are 14 joining us via Zoom. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay. Next, miscellaneous calendar. First question of approving the meeting minutes of October 3rd, 2023. I understand that the October 17 minutes are not ready yet, so we'll just approve October 3rd, 2023. Any edits or anything else? Okay, I move approval of the minutes for October 3rd, 2023. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next, we have, let's see, J. What number is J in the alphabet? Have about 10
Yeah.
items,
Yeah.
3B through 3J
Yeah.
in our miscellaneous calendar, and I'd like to vote them together. Wait, hold on, I know. Like to vote them together, but first to have Chaz discuss one of the items, which is 3C, the acquisition of replacement SIMS security cameras.
Right. I just want to say thanks to Chief Pastor and the whole team who discussed this. I know that historically there have been some conversations about SIM security cameras, their usage, when they are on and off, how they are used. As of, I believe, there were some questions about in the past, there have been sort of shroud technologies used. The understanding is that those technologies are depreciated at this point, and these cameras are at the end of their lives. But what we are not doing is installing stronger cameras or different types of cameras. We are installing what we have currently. We're maintaining the status quo. So I know people are concerned, may be concerned, are things changing? The answer is no. This is part of a regional standard upgrade to this regional model. The concerns about privacy that have been discussed over these cameras are well taken. At present, there is no shroud technology, and that has been the case now for 8 years, that functions to cover these cameras. But we are, of course, the select board obviously has various boards and commissions advising it on this matter. But I do think that in this instance, with the regional nature of this and the need to just upgrade this as the course of normal business, this is not a change from where things usually are. All this is simply a replacement of materials that are at the end of their working lives. I would also say, just on 3D, the question of the town adopting the hazard mitigation plan, we're postponing that until the next select board meeting so that the board has additional time to review that document.
Great, thank you. John?
Just a question on the first item. So we're postponing it, but what is the purpose of the postponement?
Oh, the postponement is for the hazard mitigation plan.
Okay. So the shroud. technology and
The UASI cameras are the grant from UASI for the replacement of the SIMS cameras is on. I just wanted.
Oh, okay.
We got a couple of questions for over email. I wanted to make sure that in the public people understood that we're
Thank
not
you.
installing, newer or more invasive technology. We're simply replacing things that the coalition has asked us to replace as part of their end of their natural lives.
And there's no postponement. At that
No.
point.
We're
Okay.
postponing the hazard mitigation plan because it's like 300 pages.
Yeah.
and I'd like to
Yeah.
actually,
You've only gotten to 150.
actually look at it. It was a professional space for many
Okay.
years. so.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to also highlight item 3B, which is the authorization to hire request for a coordinator of clinical services in the administration in the crisis intervention team division of the police department. A very, very important hire, and is being paid out of our budget as opposed to grant funding, which the previous, Annabelle Lane, who was promoted up, was in this position, I believe, and was grant funded. But so we're taking that into our budget, both those positions, to sort of illustrate the importance that we place on the work that the social workers in the police department play for the town. So, at any rate, so we have items 3B through 3J. We've discussed a couple. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. I'd also like to mention, just so people are aware, that 3H in the miscellaneous list is a question of approving a proclamation recognizing the 37th anniversary of the Brookline Quetzalcoatl Sister City Project, which is a very important project where people, residents of Brookline, are providing incredibly important services and assistance to a relatively small, poor village in Nicaragua. And we're doing that despite the difficulties that the national government of Nicaragua has placed in our way. But the people, are very important, separate from what's happening at the government level. So this program is going forward and being very, very, very successful. Anyway, that is going to be, there's going to be a event at the high school on, does anyone know? November 7th, I think it is.
That's right.
Okay. So look for information on that I don't have right now. Okay, next, our regular calendar, we have,
Are we gonna vote the?
we didn't vote?
We
I thought we did.
where was that?
You scared me there, Mike.
I was-
I thought I'd have to do a,
Yeah, Sorry.
yeah. And when you do things like that, I have to do Alzheimer's checks.
Well, I know that Reagan is president, so.
Okay. Okay, first calendar item is rodent action plan and solid waste regulation update. And we have, the health director, I see Sigali Reese is,
Gal and Aaron shoot.
Saw Erin in her car when I was driving in.
Segal is presenting.
Yes.
so
okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Sigal, we're ready. Tell us about this plan and the
And
success that
Commissioner
we've
Sorry.
and the success that we've had so far, to the extent we've had success.
Thank you. Yes, good evening. I'm going to share my screen and hopefully technology works. Great. So thank you for having me. The Commissioner Shute is on her way. She's coming from another obligation and she will be on shortly. But as stated, here to talk about the proposed solid waste regulations as part of the overall rodent action plan. I just want to take a moment to thank Commissioner Shute and her department for the wonderful collaboration on this work. And as we go through the presentation, she will be on later to assist me with any questions you might have. So as stated, this is, to provide some framework. The solid waste regulation update is part of the overall rodent action control plan that Commissioner Shute and I presented about a year ago. And to provide the framework, I'd like to start with an update on the plan. In the fall of 22, we allocated about $200,000 of ARPA funds, in addition to resources as part of the 23 override to implement the rodent control action plan. I'm going to quickly go through and summarize some of these activities. We've deployed the modern smart city system in areas of high activity based off complaint data, but also working with the building department and parks and open space to identify public areas where boxes and sewer pipe systems would be most effective. We also worked with the building department on a pilot of the contrapest birth control, rodent birth control, which was launched in multiple locations several times, but unfortunately the product continued to fail repeatedly. So that pilot is now on hold. The burger food safety inspections are preventative inspections that focus on areas where we got complaints and identified hotspots. These inspections target specific issues in food establishments that could lead to rodent harborage. And to measure our progress over time, we look at compliance rates on a specific list of both interior and exterior violations that can contribute to rodent activity. And Burger Food Safety follows up with these establishments to improve on issues that they saw during their initial inspections. We hope to see improvement over time. We've actually broken out the data based on precincts just to quantify it geographically. And like I said, measured over time. And in the first 6 months, the Burger Food Safety contract, they've conducted 102 inspections with about an 80% compliance rate in our restaurants. You can see data on both of these initiatives. It's posted on our new revised website. We've also updated the rodent resource page to provide information and added a rodent control action page that displays data on a lot of these initiatives. We've developed materials for public dissemination to reinforce best practices in residential and commercial areas. And we're here tonight to talk about the solid waste regulations. DPW has purchased 7 big bellies. I think we proposed 5. So 7 with 15 more on the way. And they've also ordered a small trash pactor all to assist with solid waste storage and collection. The Public Health Department has hired an additional sanitarian in the Environmental Health Division to increase enforcement capacity, and the DPW Code Enforcement Manager job description is currently under review. Lastly, proposed in the CIP is additional big belly funding for additional big bellies in public dumpsters. So with all that in mind, I want to move to the solid waste regulations. So overall, the solid waste regulations regulate the storage, handling, and disposal of commercial and residential waste. And this includes things listed here like curbside collection, dumpsters, waste haulers, and recycling material. Various state laws and state regulations allow and local bylaws allow the Director of Public Health to develop and promulgate regulations. Similarly, the Select Board has a broad authority to issue regulations. We're here tonight really for 2 reasons. First, there's been a lot of community focus on solid waste and rodent control. But second, we want to bring these proposed regulations to the Select Board for your approval. Commingled in the proposed regulations are portions that fall both under Select Board authority and also DPH authority. For example, some of the regulations we propose to issue derive their authority from the recycling bylaws and other state laws within Select Board authority. And a lot of these are listed in Section 8 in the regulations. We've not really proposed any changes in the authority, but just want to clarify the process. And lastly, because there's joint enforcement from the 2 departments, it's important to have the conversation here. So our goals for updating the regulation is to improve the efficiency, to provide more effective enforcement and quicker identification of responsible parties. Also overall, solid waste storage will help mitigate the rodent activity. In addition, we felt the regulations needed some clarity and updating and were last updated over 10 years ago. So far, we've presented the to the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, the Advisory Council on Public Health, and had unanimous support in favor of the proposed regulation for both groups. We also got some important feedback at those hearings, including some feedback from the Small Business Development Committee, which shared concerns about difficulty obtaining solid waste removal contracts. Other comments included clearly defining owners to avoid confusion, particularly in condominiums. Several comments on dumpster lids, ensuring tight fitting and rodent-proof containers. So we incorporated, made some modifications and to integrate the comments we received. Tonight, we're asking for select board approval, and if obtained, we will continue to publish and then adopt the regulations, share it with a press release and other outreach methods, and then follow up with on-the-ground implementation. So there are 5 sections where we had the majority of the changes. I don't want to mention there were other additional cleanup and reorganization and movement of sections, just to make it easier to read and comprehend. But I've captured the significant changes here, and I'll go through quickly these sections in a little more detail. I would say the only change in section 8, which is about recycling material, which is under the authority that lies with the select board from Mass General laws and town bylaws. Include changes requiring labeling of containers and requiring recycling private haulers to be permitted as required of all solid waste haulers. So the first 2 sections, section 1 and 2, address adding and clarifying some definitions, as well as aligning language in the regulations with the updated state sanitary code that was updated earlier this year. I just also want to note, because we've had some concerns in section 2, I did want to mention the regulations do allow for composting, but state operations cannot attract pests or create a nuisance condition. The bulk of the changes were actually here in the dumpster section. Dumpsters need to be maintained in a clean and sanitary condition, pest-free with tight-fitting lids. Owners and haulers' contact information must be posted on the dumpster to assist enforcement agents with contacting responsible parties. This is an ongoing issue in many of our denser commercial or residential areas where it can be hard to identify who's responsible for each dumpster. Also included are public health and safety measures around the dumpster and overflow prevention measures and enforcement abilities. Examples include proper placement of dumpsters, requiring dumpsters to be secured to avoid illegal dumping, and increasing frequency of pickup or dumpster size to avoid overflow. Changes in the private hauler section work to address the issues around collection and responsibility of the hauler and the between the business owner and between the hauler and the business or property owner. And again, these issues were really important to the small business advisory group that we spoke to. Garbage should not be spilling during removal and transportation, and dumpsters need to be cleaned when necessary. A little too quick there for myself. So we made some clarifications around enforcement, including timeframes to correct violations, describe the authority of DPW to perform duties at the expense of the liable party if necessary, gave authority to the department to suspend or revoke dumpster or hauler permits if there are significant violations, clarifies that each day is a separate violation, outlines the fines under the town bylaw, and also hearings and fines under the state sanitary code. And lastly, provides permission for inspectors to access dumpsters for inspections, which has been an issue in some cases if dumpsters are not easily visible. So again, we had unanimous support from the Solid Waste Advisory Committee and ACPH, and we're here tonight asking for select board approval and vote on the updated regulations as part of the rodent control action plan. And like I said, available for any questions.
Okay, Miriam.
Thank you, Sigal. I'm just curious, how do you know the birth control failed and why? Because I think that's interesting.
Yeah, the project.
And I think you're going to get questions on it. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. The project kept congealing in the trays. And Charlie and his team were very frustrated with it because they spent a lot of time researching it and deploying it several times through the vendor. We at least tried 3 times. And talking to residents who have also tried to use the project have had similar problems with it. The company said they're going to redesign the tray system. It's a liquid that you pour in, and then the rodent eats the liquid, drinks the liquid, and it provides temporary birth control. So they have to eat it on a regular basis, but if it's congealed, they can't access it. So it just wasn't working in the field.
Great, thank you.
Mm.
Very helpful.
Mike,
So thank you for this. Some of this goes back, I think the discussion of this, of changing the regulations goes back at least a year. I remember having Aaron Schut came out and Rob King and I think some other staff members as well to the back of Temple Ahabai Shalom on Marshall Street, where there was a dumpster that there were rat droppings around the dumpster, and the dumpster was maybe a dozen feet from where children were playing from a nursery school. And the neighborhood was not pleased about that. I mentioned this because this has changed enormously through the intervention of the town. The situation there has gotten far better with the dumpster isn't there anymore. There are some normal, trash collection repositories like condominiums have, and they've been moved away, and the visible indications of a rat population are gone. So I think it's important to note some successes and some instances in which the town had to intervene directly and had to push pretty hard to get a response, but succeeded in doing so. And I want to thank you and the rest of the staff for engaging in that. I think you've done a very, very good job. And so now I'm going to ask you a question about whether there's any metric or measurement that you can come up with or that you can give us to indicate that there's a, townwide, I'm looking at one parking lot, townwide, that there's been a change in the rodent population.
Yeah, that's a really hard question to answer. There is no baseline. We don't know what even number that we're starting with. And I think
Right.
we've really tried to capture as much data as we can to see if there's improvements. We track complaints as probably our best metric. I don't think that's a
Right.
direct lineage, they probably are parallel to each other, but it's not an accurate count of actual rodent population. Nobody has that count in any city or town. So it does become very hard to measure. And I think, we will never get down to zero, but it's how we can control it as best as possible and measure
And
what we
so,
can.
so I guess I appreciate that perhaps the best metric of all is complaints. The best achievable metric anyway is complaints. And I know that at least I'm experiencing far fewer complaints, but I wonder what you're observing.
Yeah, and that's something we do have as part of the data shared on the website. What we were able to do as part of the rodent action plan was channel all complaints to Brook Online. So that has allowed us to track them in one location and also, follow them through the process. So we are able to track that. What I think will be telling is when we have a year of data and we start looking at the following months in the next year to see if our numbers go down. We know there's seasonal ups and downs over the summer and actually, into early fall, we do see a lot more activity and a lot more complaints, I guess. So I think
Thank you.
a little more time to see a trend is needed.
okay,
Right.
Paul,
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the presentation and the markup of the regulations. I think it's important for us to clarify regulations, and you've done a great job in updating them. I have a question for you, and then I have a couple of comments. You and I spoke not long ago about the disconnect between our regulations with respect to buildings and renovations and demolitions. And when a building gets demoed, it gets torn down. We do require a rodent mitigation strategy, investigation and strategy, I believe, and they need to have that as part of their permitting process. However, major renovations or gut renovations do not require this. And the reason why I bring this up is we all received a letter from a resident that was just beside herself with the infestation of rats in her neighborhood in her yard. So I went out and visited her, and she walked me through her neighborhood, and she showed me the building behind her was a big home that was being gut renovated. And they were digging up the backyard. They turned over all the soil. They cut the trees down. They were digging up a pit in order to be able to put on an addition. And as a result, all the rats moved from that yard into the neighbor's yard. but our regulations don't cover that. Our process for a building permit does not cover that. And I did speak with you about that. Is there any update on that, on progress on trying to close the loop on that?
Yeah, I think as we're always interested in thinking about other ways to improve and other preventative measures we can take. So I think speaking with the building department and collaborating with them is a great initiative.
Okay, but I guess I'm curious, did that happen or is that still outstanding to do?
Still outstanding, still on the deck.
It's still on the deck. Okay, so it hasn't been. And then this might be for, I think Aaron's on, is on the Zoom. For some reason, I've become the magnet for people to send me stuff about rats. I don't know why. I actually have a resident of Quarry Hill who sends me every rat he's killed at the bottom of the trash bins at the park up there that he's killed, and the buckets. And he sends me the pictures of the bloody rats. It's pretty disgusting, actually. And so part of the experience that I'm having is I've almost started to give up on this, on submitting requests through, I use the Brookline Online. This is me personally. Brookline Online, I send emails, trash receptacles in parks like Quarry Hill Park, other parks that, they're the open containers and there's a plastic liner and the rats have eaten through the bottom. And so the rats are getting in and getting into the food. It's a big problem. This is where I keep getting the dead rat pictures sent to my email, which is pretty remarkable. We have containers in various business districts that are missing. In St. Mary's, we had our Big Belly trash container. Someone banged into it with their car. It got taken away 6 months ago, and it's gone. It hasn't been replaced. And so as a result, we have a lot of trash in St. Mary's. I try to pick it up, but I just wonder if maybe Aaron could speak to this. I think it's maybe just a resource issue of availability of resources. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm wondering about the responsiveness to the complaints. And are we behind? Do we feel like we're getting ahead? Is it a resource issue? It'd be really helpful to understand that.
Sure. Good evening, Erin Chute, Commissioner of Public Works. I hear a couple themes in your question, and the first being the big bellies. So the big bellies are solar trash compactors that are enclosed, and we are in the process of phasing out our open top trash receptacles. All working big bellies that we have are deployed. We were able to purchase 7 this year through ARPA and some other funds, and this is this past year. And we have 15 that are currently on order. And you speak to some frustration around the big belly that was damaged, being hit. The big bellies are generally right now about a 6-month lead time once we place that order. And as you know, they are expensive, and we have added a request in the CIP to continue our conversion of open top trash receptacles over to big bellies. So we have a program, we are phasing them out. It will take some time, but I think you will actually start to see some significant improvement across the board, both parks and commercial areas in that regard. In terms of Brook Online and putting your inquiries in take heart, all of them are investigated. So please don't disregard them. Brook Online is a tool where we receive information, so it comes into the Department of Public Works. If it is something that is specific around trash or recycling storage, we will have staff that will be deployed to inspect that particular issue. They always look at it and speak with the property owner. If it relates to building or to the health department, it is then sent to those departments, and then we close that work order on our part. Through our communications with Solid Waste Advisory Committee and the Advisory Committee for Public Health, we received a lot of feedback from the public that they were frustrated with Brook Online. They wanted really to understand better what was happening with their requests. So we are currently writing new language around what happens with each of these requests when they come in, how we document roading sightings, and then what happens in terms of inspections and next steps. So do send those. I'm getting all of those emails as well. A lot of them, frankly, are concentrated in certain areas. And so our staff is going out repeatedly to these sites and are issuing citations, are issuing warnings and citations. So they're being
that's helpful.
acted on.
Yeah, so that's helpful. So Erin, if someone is repeatedly submitting the same thing over and over and there's not an action, what should they do? So for example, Corey Hill Park, I know they're the open trash containers, which is what we have, and we don't have the big bellies to replace them. But yet, the liner is clearly defective because it's been eaten through and it doesn't work, right? So the trash just goes out the bottom and the rats come in. Is there something we can do in the short term, like just place a new liner in that isn't chewed by the
Absolutely.
rats, or
Yes.
what? So this is I'll reach out to you offline. I'm getting the same requests over and over because there's not action, and there's a disconnect between what's happening in the field and what I'm hearing. And I don't.
And there
Again,
may be a disconnect in what's being reported on Brook Online, because we've seen some of that as well. So definitely reach out to me and we can
very good.
work
Thank
this
you.
out.
Okay, any other discussion? John?
This would be for, either Aaron or Sigal, whoever chooses to take it. Thank you for the report on the progress we're making and on the new program, or the updated program. But I'm just wondering, when you take a look, sort of a wide-ranging look at where we are in our efforts, and not just in Brookline, but as a society, if you don't mind my saying so, in tackling waste recycling, and in tackling the climate-related issues that go with the products that we use and that we put into our waste stream. Where do you spot the areas that need improvement? What would you, if you were the czar of this, for the state or for the nation, where would you put the emphasis on how we can improve what we're currently doing, and make sure that we get the maximum benefit of how we handle waste that enters the waste, products that enter the waste stream, and then how we dispose of them?
So Erin Chute, Commissioner of Public Works, I think I'll take the first pass at that and really just talk about producer responsibility. I think that at a very high level, the producers of all the various goods that we purchase need to have a cradle to grave plan for the materials, the packaging, the films, all of this that is part of what they are selling as consumer goods. So I would say at sort of the highest level, it's producer responsibility. And then as it comes down to sort of the user and what we see out there each week, I would really focus on people knowing and understanding what is recyclable. We have an app, and we just visited our recycling facility a couple weeks ago, and they've updated their systems and their artificial intelligence, but we really don't want to see items in our recycling stream that contaminates the items that can be productively recycled. So I would say that on the local level. And another thing that I would really like to see, and I think relates directly to the rodent, our rodent control action plan and problem regionally, is just litter, is people properly managing their trash, using the proper receptacles, or taking responsibility and taking those materials home if they don't have a receptacle that's available.
Thank you very much. There's a lot to think about in that answer. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Aaron Chute and Sigal Reese, for a report that I thought was very, very informative, both in terms of the difficulties of addressing this problem, as well as what we can do and what we are doing to not eliminate rats, because we won't, but get them under control. So any other discussion? Are you looking for
You have the
approval?
vote language in your.
Okay.
Yeah, vote the rest.
Oh, where's my script?
Even nine.
It was even at the end.
At the end of Seagal's presentation.
Yeah, it was at the
too.
end of Seagal's.
Okay.
Just talking about that this afternoon. Should we put that in there?
Yes, I need it.
Mhm.
Let me get to
Here we go.
the
Coming
end.
up on the screen.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, so I move to approve the solid waste regulations. Regulations governing the handling, storage, collection, and disposal of waste as submitted. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. I'm sorry, Miriam, did you want to say something?
No.
Oh, okay. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you both. I know it was a heavy lift on both of these things. Here's to a good second year of the RCAP.
Thank you very much.
Indeed.
Thank you.
RCAP is what?
Rodent Control
Rodent
Action
Oh.
Plan. Everything needs a catchy acronym these days.
I thought it was Royal Canadian something.
Yes.
Okay, next we have boards and commissions, interviews, following candidates for appointment, reappointment to boards and commissions will appear for interview. Park and Recreation Commission, we have two people, Raj Danda and Declan Ross. Who is up on first?
I believe Raj Danda is.
Okay, Mr. Donda, please introduce yourself and indicate why you're interested in being on the Park and Recreation Board.
Sure. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Greetings to all of you, select board members. I'm here to tell you why I would like to be on the Parks and Recreation Commission. But first, a little background. My wife and I and our two infant children moved into our house on the Cottage Farm area little more than 5 decades ago. In these 5 decades, we've been very active members of the community, and we've had the privilege of using very extensively the parks and recreation facilities of the town. We've used and enjoyed almost every park and recreation facility, including tennis courts and golf courses. The parks of Brookline are a real jewel. Indeed, they set Brookline apart from all the surrounding towns. In other words, the town has given me and my family this privileged experience, and it's time to give back to the town. To that end, I'd like to use my life and business experiences and skills to enhance the Parks and Recreation Commission for everyone going forward. As I've used the Parks and Recreation Commission, I've also learned that the communication between town departments and the community it serves needs to improve. Indeed, I feel the citizens and the residents of the town are clients of the Parks and Recreation Department, and there's need to have positive and proactive involvement of the Parks and Recreation Department, the people it serves. I also believe that the maintenance of many of the parks needs to improve. And on this matter, my experience in business, construction, and real estate, I can assure you I can make a meaningful difference. The next item of interest to me is all the rules and regulations and the stakeholders and how they are using the parks. Some parks closer to Boston City boundaries, such as Emery Park, receive very high impact usage of the park by clearly unpermitted Boston University folks. And I feel that needs to be addressed. There are multiple areas in the maintenance aspect that could be addressed. Finally, my experience in business and construction, I believe I can make a meaningful difference in management policymaking. That's what my day job is. Thank you, and I'd like to answer any questions you have.
Any questions from the select board? Paul?
Hi, Raj. It's Paul Warren.
Hello,
Thank you
Paul.
nice to hear you. I don't see you, but it's nice to hear you. Thank you for your application. You had mentioned in your note to us, your application, your interest, that there's some conflict or something going on with college students and scheduling or not scheduling time within parks, maybe Amory, they're using the fields for sports or something. Could you explain that a little bit more? It's something I'm unaware of. I'd like to understand it better.
Yes, absolutely. So I go to Amory Park twice a day. And what I have observed is that if you go there on Thursday, Friday, and perhaps depending on the weather, a good weekend day, a tremendous amount of organized activity from Boston University comes there. Volleyball, I've chatted with the coach of rugby team, and I asked him, is this where you do all your practices? He said yes, and there's many other things going on. I think in the spring, I remember seeing 11 volleyball games going on. Now, to be sure, I am happy to have the park used as well and extensively as it can be. It isn't that I have anything against these folks, but I think that the local citizens get kind of pushed out, and the university takes over. There was one picture I sent to Alexandra Vecchio, which had all 5 parts of the park, one or another BU team using it. And I think it's time that that get managed a little better, whether it needs permit or whatever other procedure there might be, that would be nice. So that's what I've seen, and that's what I'm referring to.
Okay, so just to be clear, is it the actual practices of the university's volleyball teams, or are these just weekend pickup games that are taking place?
No, these are not pickup games. I assure you. These are, there was the official coach of the rugby team. I've seen him at least 3 times, and I've chatted with him, and he said, yeah, we are BU rugby, and we come here to practice.
Interesting.
Again,
thank you.
to be sure. Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Raj.
Any other questions? Miriam?
Hi, Raj, it's Miriam.
Hi, Miriam.
Thank you for applying and for wanting to be involved. I think of all your skills and talents, and to be frank, Park and Rec is not the first commission or committee that comes to mind when I think of your areas of expertise. So
Sure.
I think what I texted you over the weekend was, my question, which I wanted to ask publicly, which is, so tell me, I need to understand more why Parks and Recs when to me, it may be that there is alignment that I'm not seeing. Help me see it.
Well, I should say this. About 20 years ago, I tried to be on Parks and Rec. And my daily work is different, but my heart is in the Parks and Recreation. And so therefore, I feel, strictly speaking for myself, I don't necessarily need to be in the zoning and some of those other areas wherein, yes, of course, I know a great deal, gone through many permittings, as you folks know. But I felt at this point, this is what I'd like to help with. For example, also recently I spoke to the senior landscape architect of the town. There's major improvements being planned in Emery Park, which is 100 yards from my house. I'd very much like to be involved in it. The other part is I really feel that I'm a people person, and I want to create a connection and a real nice connection between Parks Department, Parks and Recreation Department, and the people it serves. I honestly believe that's missing. And I would like to be the bridge that connects those two. And I think, once many decades ago, I graduated as a mechanical engineer, did a PhD at Columbia in what is called operations research, which is all these algorithms you hear about. That's what I did for many decades, and then moved on to the businesses I started and founded. But I feel that I think this is in the nature of, I don't want to call it hobby, but it's like after I've done all those things in the day's work, I'd like to be in the park and try to see what I can do to improve it.
Okay, thank you.
I have
Okay, quick.
then skip it.
Okay.
No.
Chaz,
Yes.
could you sort of look into the question of use of our fields by BU? Yeah, the way BU operates, I'm sure they have permits for this, but it'd be interesting to just make sure that that's the case, and whether we need to work out some arrangements with them to minimize the disruption of our parks, because we don't have a lot of fields, and want to make sure that there are no problems.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to ask about, was whether there's a reciprocal arrangement with BU to use some of their facilities that perhaps
Yeah,
it may be. So it may be that there is a process in place already, but it would be good to
Yeah.
just double check that.
We'll follow up and get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I comment on that? I have looked into
quickly.
it. Yeah, at this moment, there isn't any, and I think it would be good to have something. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We'll be pointing to the Park and Recreation Commission at a future meeting. Our next applicant is Declan Ross. Mr. Ross, are you there? Okay, I see you. Okay. So introduce yourself and why you're interested in the Park and Recreation Commission. You're on mute, so, or you speak very softly. We can't hear you.
Hi, I'm Declan Ross, and I want to serve on this board because I thought I might be able to provide some good input as a third-year university environmental science student. I am passionate about parks and having open public spaces available for all, and I figured this was the perfect setting for my passion. I also am interested in becoming an urban planner or some field in professional planning, and I thought this commission would be some great experience in the behind the scenes of how things work in public parks and recreation. I've grown up in Brookline my whole life and also worked for the Department of Public Works last summer as a seasonal gardener and laborer. And I got to see firsthand the kind of maintenance and upkeep parks see over the course of the season, and thought I might be able to provide some good insight from that experience. Thanks.
Any questions, Mike?
Yeah, this is what, a 3-year appointment, I believe.
Yes.
Declan, sorry to jump in here, is applying for one of the affiliate roles on the Park and Recreation Commission that this board instituted when we had a few other student
Oh, yes. Yeah.
applicants. You'll remember last year, Jason Rabat applied
Yep.
and is serving very successfully. And so the Park and Recreation Commission is looking to expand that program.
Okay, that
That
answers my question
answers my
perfectly.
question too, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? No? So tell us about your studies as an environmental science student as they relate to park and recreation issues, and educate us as to the connection there.
I thought we,
Besides, I mean, the connection is obvious, I know, but tell us a little more.
yeah, I think parks are very important for the future and having, public spaces available in, the expansion of like urban settings. And as like climate change progresses, it's going to be more and more important to have these public spaces available. And I thought I might be able to maybe give some insight into like the sustainability side of things, maybe like the conservation side of things. And yeah, something sort of.
Where are you a student at?
He's in Canada.
I am attending Mount Allison University.
In Canada, right?
I guess.
Yep.
Okay.
I read his
Like
resume.
Canada's a big country.
I know,
Where in
I know.
Canada?
I just was-
It's in New Brunswick.
Okay. Okay. Devin, who's the other auxiliary member of Park and Recreation?
Jason Rabat, who you interviewed last year. These affiliates, which you've also done on the Advisory Council of Public Health, are 1-year appointments. Jason applied to be reappointed, and the Park and Recreation Commission said that the program has been so successful that they'd like an additional affiliate membership. ACPH has also had this experience, saying that it's turned into an excellent feeder program for them. It's obviously a different commission, but that's the example here of this type of member.
Yeah. And it's relevant to many of our boards and commissions, so we'll have to keep that in mind and push those things. Okay, any other questions for Mr. Ross?
Oh.
Thank you. We will
Thank you.
be making our appointments at a future meeting, and we appreciate your interest in the Park and Rec Commission.
With regard to Raj's application, what's the situation? How many vacancies do we have to?
That's a good question. There's one main vacancy on the Park and Recreation Commission. You have 2 incumbents who have reapplied and 3 first timers, or not first timers, as Raj did apply in I
Right.
think like 1997. So there's 5
We
people
have 5
applying.
applicants for 3 positions for
1 vacancy.
1 vacancy. Yeah. Okay.
Wait, huh?
There's one vacancy.
There's one
There's
vacancy,
vacancy
and there
and-
are 2 incumbents who have applied to maintain their
Their
seats
seats. So 3 applicants for
for
1
one vacancy.
Okay. That's what I was.
And
looking
have
for.
we?
Thank you.
You have, it
Jane
was a
Flanagan.
long time
Jane
ago.
Flanagan.
Okay.
So I will, when you prepare to vote on the 7th, I'll have that roster in there, and you can see when you interviewed them if you'd like to go back and review the tape.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
thank you.
great. Thank you. Yeah.
Helpful.
Okay, next we have the SUFA contract amendment. Who's going to speak on that?
It's
I
me.
think- I'm sorry, pardon me?
It's me.
Yay.
Devin, what say you?
Good evening, Select Board. Devin Fields, Assistant Town Administrator for Operations. I'm happy to present this SUFA contract amendment this evening and introduce Daniel West Cohen, who is joining us from the SUFA program. He is here tonight to answer any questions that you have about SUFA and the program. And he is also a Brookline resident, so he is enthusiastic about what this does for the town. The town began engaging with SUFA in the spring and summer this year, kind of doubling down on our engagement efforts and communication efforts. We reached out to SUFA to do trainings because we've had a lot of staff turnover, including the 2 staff members who worked on bringing SUFA to town, Patty Correa and Todd Crane. And I know Meredith Mooney, who's with us, had a hand in that as well. So I have taken over kind of overseeing this. We reached out to SUFA, asked them to help train some of our departments. And through that process, we began to recognize that there were some concerns from the community, specifically the business community, about ways that they were accessing a program that had sort of been like a back of the napkin agreement. I think we had maybe hoped to formalize it, but didn't get it quite down on paper. So we have revisited some of those requests, which include advertising rates for nonprofits and small businesses, in addition to wayfinding maps and art on these SUFA signs that are in the public way. We find them to be a good way to communicate, to actually get our message out into the street, because folks are not always coming to us and the platforms that we are broadcasting on. But we saw this as an opportunity as we were training staff to sort of get community feedback. The SUFA team was great, and they came to a small business development committee meeting and heard from some of our small business leaders and nonprofits. As you know, they work with Brookline Bank as the primary underwriter for SUFA, and this amendment is to the current contract that we have with them, which expires in the fall of 2025. So that's when you will review the contract as a whole and the partnership with SUFA. This evening in front of you is the amendment to that contract, which really spells out some of these provisions that were specifically requested from our small business and nonprofit community.
Great, thank you. Excellent presentation.
Just remind me, just let me know if I'm remembering correctly. This is primarily a woman-owned business, right? Is that this one?
No.
Daniel can speak to that. I know that they are were kind of in the startup scene when they first came to us.
Yeah, we're actually a woman-founded, woman-led company.
Okay,
The terminology we
I
use.
remember.
Well done.
Good job, Miriam.
I just wanted to make sure that that's connected in my head correctly.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
And this is a little before my time, so maybe you could explain does this generate revenue for us?
It generates very little revenue. I would say it's not meaningful revenue. We don't pay to have them. As I mentioned, Brookline Bank is their sponsor.
Yep.
So they pay to sponsor the SUFA signs, and then ad revenue is generated that helps support their evolving technology. But I think
It generates no revenue for the town.
maybe $1,000 a year, 1,500. So
I want to get, I'm just going to give a perspective on these things. So I live within sight of 2 or 3 of these things. One is at the corner of Carlton Street and Beacon Street. There's another one across the street, I think, in the middle as you cross in Beacon Street. And I believe there's another one further down, halfway down. I just want to be honest with everybody. I'm not a fan. They take up space. I can tell you, I've never seen anybody standing in front of one looking at it. Now, maybe they walk by quickly, but you really need to get close to see what's on the screen. And I just don't get it, to tell you the truth. That's just my perspective. If they're not generating revenue for us, these amendments to provide discounts, if space is allowed, if there's space available, I don't know. I'd like to see a little bit more, I guess, is what I'm looking for, having these throughout the community.
So I'm not.
Just my perspective.
Yeah. I don't have any, I'm not invested,
Oh,
right?
me
Okay,
neither.
just to be clear,
Yep.
but my experience is the opposite. I
really?
see it get used in
Yeah.
Coolidge Corner quite a bit. I've used it myself in Coolidge Corner, but what I actually want to say is what I remember was how useful it was during the pandemic. And so I really think that's an important thing to keep in mind. It was a very useful tool to communicate public health messaging at a time when we actually had a very limited way to communicate public health messaging.
Yeah.
So I just put that out there as that
Different experience.
that there was a value, an unexpected value. And hopefully we know in that situation again, but it's kind of nice to have that ability to kind of townwide message to people in a more public way
Yeah.
than having them have to come to.
Well, we are
That is still not me.
we are revenue starved.
I mean,
Okay.
I'd like to
yes,
see some more money from it, I guess.
I don't disagree with that, but I do
Yeah.
think there's a.
You get what you pay for. So
Well, we're
Less.
getting a lot for what we pay for, which is nothing. We pay for nothing.
We pay for nothing,
Right.
right?
And we get a lot. And yeah, the pandemic was an unusual emergency situation, but there are other situations that will arise undoubtedly, maybe not as severe as pandemic, but still important situations where communication would be very, very helpful. My question has to do with the data that you collect from phones walking by the things, whatever you call them.
Fine.
Yeah,
Mhm.
kiosks, if you. will.
Kiosk,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
right. That's the ticket.
Yeah.
You pick up pings from people's phones as they walk by, and I understand that you anonymize it, whatever that means. So tell me how that is maintained, who maintains it, and what protections are there against its misuse?
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's actually maintained by us. First off, we don't take any privacy
Okay,
data. We don't.
and us is what? I mean, it's your
SUFA.
company. Okay, and your company, and you used to be connected to MIT, their whatever lab out there, right?
Media Lab.
Yeah. Is that
Yeah,
still a
we
connection?
not so much anymore. We were founded out of MIT Media Lab. So we are honoraries at the company as part of MIT Media Lab. But currently, in terms of our data, we're the ones who collect it. Basically, the way it works is if somebody walks by a 15-foot radius of the sign, they have a cell phone or another Wi-Fi enabled device on them. So iPad, Kindle, laptop, in addition to a cell phone, it'll ping them. If they walk back and forth really quickly, it won't double count them. But if they come back a couple hours later again, it'll count them. It doesn't take any privacy data. We just track. It's like a giant digital clicker. So we can't see what the people are doing, what the demographics are, where they've come from, or anything like that. But we do share that information with the town of Brookline, and it's just between us and the town.
Is there an option to opt out? So,
Wait, no, of course not.
So you're not-
well, I mean, well,
Right.
technically, if there was an opt-out app on your phone for SOFA, you could say, I want to opt out, but I can't opt out of you counting me as I walk by your sign.
Currently, as it's designed, no.
Shocking. Okay.
Mike, you.
So actually it raises an interesting question. You have that data. And Paul and Miriam were discussing, how many people actually use this. And it doesn't happen very often, but I stand in front of those every once in a while, actually read what's on them. But do you have any sense of how many of those people who come within 10 or 15 feet stand there and take a look, or is there no way to tell from that?
We don't currently measure linger time. I mean, I also live in the same area's neighborhood, so we see the same signs close to Beacon and Carlton Street, and I do see people lingering there quite often. A lot of times we go out and we assess how many people are interacting with the signs. We also get feedback from people in the community like yourselves about how people are utilizing the sign. We regularly survey people in different communities to figure out how we can make our signs better. And when we were actually about a month ago, when we were speaking with the small business committee, we took a lot of the feedback about how the signs can be most effective for local businesses, and are already making changes to both our data and to some of the product offerings that we have based on the feedback from the small business committee.
Okay.
So if you can't determine how many of the people who you ping are lingering at your sign or using this service, what's the purpose of maintaining the data or collecting the data?
Yeah, that's an important point. The important thing about the data is really to track pedestrian trends. So we know what pedestrians are doing in the town of Brookline because of the data. So for instance, we might be able to take the data and say, hey, there's a lot of foot traffic at this time on this day. It corresponds to an event. It corresponds to weather. You can give that information to local businesses and help them adjust their operating hours based on the data. So you might say, hey, you have a lot of foot traffic at a time when you're not open. Maybe you want to adjust your hours or your staffing to be more symmetrical with that. They can give it to vacant, you can give it to vacant storefronts and landowners to attract new businesses to those areas so that they have data-based decisions that they can make, and you can attract new businesses. So there's really a lot of things that you can do. It's pluralistic, it's multifaceted. There's not any one use for it.
I do want to jump in quickly because in my presentation, I didn't identify the last bullet point in the amendment, which is the events applet that SUFA has agreed to work with us on. And one thing that we often get requests from community members is, can you put this event on the town calendar? Which we are, incredibly conservative with what we put on the brooklinema.gov town calendar. Really like to reserve that exclusively for town events, specifically town business, right? Board and commission meetings, town meeting, election related activity. And so SUFA is a great opportunity for us to say to community organizations and businesses and the faith community, yes, actually, there is a method for us to advertise this for you. And it's these SUFA signs that are out in the community. So that has actually been a great tool. Team Brookline, I know, uses SUFA when they are recruiting members. So that is just one initiative that we were like, this is working really well for us. Can you build on it? Would you invest more into kind of fleshing this out for us so that it can be a more robust resource out in the getting, these messages out into the community? So that was just one other piece that I wanted to highlight, in addition to the fact that what you are approving tonight is this amendment. And then in 2 years, fall of 2025, the board will decide, if this is a partnership that you want to continue with or not.
Have we, I have one question. Have we ever received the data from Jeff?
We have it.
We do have it.
Mhm.
Okay, is that something you could share with the board?
Yes,
This is
yep.
what we're getting. And this is completely, there's no identifying information. It's just someone walked within the whatever measurement parameter is. You're basically counting foot traffic.
Exactly. If they're in a 15-foot radius, we'll count them, but we're not taking any privacy information, or we don't know anything about these people or what they're doing.
Can you distinguish iPhones from other phones?
I wish. No, we don't have that capability at this moment.
So I'm just, this really isn't, privacy is real. I mean, we've talked about privacy. Camera, we just had it tonight, upgrading cameras. We're all worried about privacy. And we have these things throughout the town that know that we walk by it. It's just fascinates me. So what data points are given to you? What are you collecting? Do you get to choose what you keep from the phone and what you drop?
We don't really choose what we keep from the phone or the Wi-Fi enabled device and what we drop. Really, the data points is you can see how many people literally walk by the sign at a given time. And so,
Is it an
you
IP
measure
address? Is it the IP
Through-
address?
via
So
the
you know
IP
their
address.
IP address.
We know the IP address.
Okay, interesting.
I mean, your phone, right, is constantly looking for Wi-Fi channels. Your phone is
Yeah.
sending out a signal into the world, being like, "Is there Wi-Fi? Is there Wi-Fi?" And when it hits the sign says, "Aha! You hit my thing." That's how it works.
Okay.
Ping.
So,
So you could, if you turn off your Wi-Fi.
right, if you put on airplane mode, it can't catch you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion? So do we have a motion? I guess I can just move approval of the amendments to the SUFA contract. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Marion Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll have more questions in 2 years.
I'm gonna forget about
Thank you so
it.
much.
Yeah, and then we will have the substance.
Shut my phone off.
Look, I'm so glad that I remembered that it was a woman's stone.
You don't have,
It's in Quill hat, but I won't-
Okay.
you don't
Settle
have to
down,
shut your
guys.
phone off, just your Wi-Fi.
Okay, next, Chestnut Hill Village Corridor Planning
I'm
Study
so excited
update.
for this because
Okay.
this is like not far from.
Okay,
John,
and this is a presentation. We're not voting. We just want to hear what's up and
See what the plans are.
see what the plans are and how this can be a model for other corridors that we may want to have this type of investigation on.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Meredith Mooney, Economic Development Director. This is my first time being in person at the Select Board since 2019, so excited to be back. Going to pull up the presentation. Right. Okay.
I'm gonna ask you about what's happening across the street.
All right, so here to present an update on the economic development and long-term planning divisions preparations to launch the Chestnut Hill Core Commercial Area Planning Study. As the chair said, Initially,
Okay, hold
the
on. Okay, let's stop and get the technology in order. Okay, the battery in place?
yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, Meredith.
So, update on where we're at in terms of launching the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Planning Study. The goal for this evening would be to bring you up to speed, give you a sense of the direction, scope that we're working with the project. And then what we'd like to do is come back at your next meeting and get a formal vote for the select board's endorsement of the direction that we're headed in at the moment. Presentation overview. I've got 11 slides. I'm going to try to get through this in 10 minutes or less. So I'm going to provide some background, significance of the study, an overview of the modified quarter planning process that we like to experiment with, and review key points of the scope, the direction that we're headed in, and then next steps project timeline. So just to orient everyone, this is the study area. It's the Boylston Street corridor portion of the Chestnut Hill commercial area. It extends from the Newton Brookline line and then inbound on Boylston Street to Dunster Road. So we have two maps of the study area, one indicating the current uses and then the other indicating current zoning. Current uses predominantly along Boylston Street. You've got an office in retail with residential as you move away from Boylston Street. And current zoning is a general business district and business and general office use. Might have gotten the title wrong there. So this is a long anticipated project. We have a backlog of quarter planning studies that's accumulated over the past couple of decades. Economic Development Long-Term Planning Division is very excited to be in a position to advance this work. The study area and this portion of Chestnut Hill and Boylston represent a critical economic development opportunity for the town. There are a lot of underutilized commercial properties. The geometry of a lot of the parcels in the study area are unique in Brookline, and that they would allow for types of commercial uses that would be particularly beneficial from a tax generation perspective. An example of that would be a life science lab use. In 2021, the Economic Development Advisory Board provided a report about life science lab use with recommendations about how Brookline could be better integrated into the greater Boston life science economy and ecosystem. They talk specifically about this Chestnut Hill Office Park and that parcel as one of the limited potential sites in Brookline for a life science lab. The area has great transit access, and there's really at this point a stark contrast in the level of development activity on the Newton side of Boylston Street versus the Brookline side. As we were planning on moving forward with the study, we interviewed several current and former board and committee members, former staff member who'd been involved in these types of planning studies over the past several years, just to get feedback on the process itself. What worked well? Where was there room for improvement? We got some excellent feedback, thoughts from this. And, you know, where we landed is we'd like to experiment with a new format for these types of planning studies to really optimize the process, make it more efficient. So we would like to move forward with this study as a staff-led initiative. Staff would be tasked with really driving the project timeline, doing the research analysis, developing final set of recommendations, and an implementation plan for the select board's consideration. And we would go through this process with the benefit of input from a community advisory group. So this would be a group that would be supporting staff. The feedback and input that we get from the community advisory group would be in the format of a public meeting. We convene these on a regular basis and as needed. So in terms of the process and the look and feel, in terms of transparency and opportunities for public input, community input, it would look and feel very similar to previous planning studies. But at the end of the day, staff would be responsible for the deliverable of the study recommendations. And our target would be recommendations ready for spring 2025 town meeting. As I mentioned before, this particular study area represents important opportunity for commercial growth. So we think it's very important that from the word go with this project that we clearly identify significant net new commercial tax growth as a leading objective of the study process. Our intention would be to return to the select board. We plan on providing quarterly updates or more frequently, as if that's necessary. And coming back in the first quarter of 2024 with a refined set of objectives and goals for the project. But we wanted just from the very beginning to prioritize that opportunity to incentivize significant net new commercial tax growth. And just as a point of reference, the current commercial tax revenue within the study area, there are 26 commercial parcels. It's approximately $3.2 million. What does it mean to prioritize net new commercial growth? If we're moving forward in this direction, that means more height and more density. So just to provide some points of reference from existing buildings within the study area, more of the Citizens Bank building on Boylston Street, which is highlighted in yellow, less of the one-story urgent care building at 1210 Boylston Street. There are a lot of reasons to be encouraged going into this study. Property owners within the study area are very willing to engage in the study process, and that includes the prospective new owner of the Chestnut Hill office park site. The neighboring community is interested in bringing more balance to Boylston Street. They've been watching the Newton side get built up, a lot of development and activation over the past several years. So there is interest in bringing comparable vitality and a sense of identity to the Brookline side of Boylston in this area as well. Over the spring, there was the townwide override vote. Discussions around that, I think, really underscored the importance of expanding the commercial tax base in town. So I think there's heightened level of awareness about the significance of that objective. And then finally, we had the benefit of including in the foundation of this project, the data and analysis that the state's central transportation planning staff did in 2022 that focused on the Boylston Street corridor in Brookline as a point of reference. Going forward, our recommended representatives for the community advisory group, we're thinking maybe a 9-person group, which would include a select board liaison, which has been identified as Mike Sandman, town meeting member representatives from the neighboring precincts of 14 and 15, a representative from the community group, the Chestnut Hill Village Alliance, a resident who would be a non-direct abutter to the project area, and then members from the Economic Development Advisory Board, Advisory Committee, School Committee, and Planning Board. So this is an overview of the project timeline. It's not an actual Gantt chart. It's an overview of the project timeline in Gantt chart style. As I mentioned before, we're anticipating minimum quarterly updates to the select board, planning on launching the community outreach and engagement portion in early 2024, probably convening the community advisory group around that same time, with the goal of having recommendations teed up ready to go in time for spring 2025 town meeting. So next steps, we're hoping at the next meeting to get a formal vote and endorsement from the select board about this concept and the direction that we're moving in. Then we'll work on the pre-planning phase that was outlined in the previous slide with the timeline, assemble the community advisory group, and then plan on giving our first project update to the select board in first quarter of 2024, probably sometime in February. So.
Okay, thank you. Very good. Can I just confirm that the map on the second slide, I believe it is a map of Brookline properties?
Yes.
Okay, it's interesting. So the CVS and gas station at the Star Market site is in Brookline.
Yeah, the parking lot in the Star Market site is Brookline.
Okay, but also the CVS and,
Yes.
and the gas station. That's very interesting. Thank you. Paul.
I'm Paul. Yep, thank you.
You.
You're doing great. Thank you for your presentation. Efficient and clear. Welcome back after what, 2019 was the last time? It's amazing. One question, how will this interact with the comprehensive planning process that we are beginning to kick off?
I think that they'll probably be kicking up. I would defer to Director Bruton.
Okay.
But I think they'll be beginning around the same time. So there'll certainly be overlap in project staff and the timelines for those.
Yeah, I think it'd be really important to understand when you come back next time that we have an answer as to how this is going to fit in. There was no mention of the comprehensive plan.
Yeah.
And I think that's certainly, I can see in 2 years, the voices rising up about how things aren't integrated or interacting with. So,
And I think, again, one of the big issues there that we've kind of seen is the two two-track strategy that we're employing, the
Yep.
kind of Somerville-esque strategy where we say we have these priority areas that really are in need of active thoughts on how their future is going to look. And we want, obviously, the comprehensive plan, which is that bird's eye view of kind of Brookline for the next 15 years to, dictate the kind of broader guidelines for how we do these and the sort of neighborhood by neighborhood analyses. This is almost a more granular sort of look at an even smaller scale. What are we doing here? So I think the processes do inform each other at the highest level in the terms that the comp plan is really about almost the vernacular and the vocabulary that we use when talking about what we want Brookline to look like. And this is really focused on this narrow, strip of land.
Yeah, I wouldn't dispute that. I think they're more tightly integrated than that though, Chaz, and there's an opportunity to leverage the work that's done for community input from this. There's also a community input piece for the comprehensive plan.
Oh, no doubt.
Those two things can plug together. I'd like to see how they interact. There's no interaction right now, so.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
If we could get that done, that'd be great.
we'll make sure because, we don't want to duplicate work.
So I think what he's saying, Meredith, is that, the Boylston Street plan can't be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. And that's really key. I mean, it's not as if they're going on parallel tracks, so they have to be integrated. And the comprehensive plan really is the sort of foundation on which everything has to rest. I mean, that's my view.
Mary first could.
You can go, Mike, I can go.
All right. Well, it's a very apt point. The comprehensive plan is probably going to stretch longer than this, so we won't have a completed comprehensive plan. And it would really be very unfortunate to have this, whatever changes, zoning changes, for example, are suggested that come out of this, held up, waiting for the ink to dry on the comprehensive plan. But I can see absolutely that we need to be in contact and exchange information between the two groups.
Yep, I think there's an integrated approach that does not impede one or the other.
Yeah.
Miriam?
I mean, I think we all agree. I don't know, John hasn't said anything, but at least I agree. But I do think living in that area and really seeing what's happening with the development of the street and how busy it is. And I mean, just being there myself. I mean, I go to the street 2 or 3 times a week. So it is a loss for us. And the contrast of what's happening on the Brookline side is a little sad, frankly. So I'm really glad to see this moving forward. I think it's really an opportunity for us and not only for us as Brookline, but to also really play off of what's happening across the street. I mean, in the next year, that whole new complex is going to open up. Just think of all the foot traffic that retail will be able to take advantage of across the street from that. So
Right.
I'm excited for it.
John?
I second the comments that have been made already. But I do want to sort of add to them if that's okay. The areas that are in blue are, in my opinion, the areas that this committee would be well advised to focus on more than anything else. That's not to the exclusion of anything else, but more than anything else. You'll notice that they cover a much wider expanse. They are the sort of purplish blue is office use. That violet sort of thing in the middle, that's some sort of health. I forget what it's called, but it's a HealthWorks place. One of the businesses, just to give you the flavor of things, in that blue area that is right next to a bright red area. If I'm mapping this correctly, is a mattress company on the second floor that has had a going out of business sale, for God knows, ever since COVID. The far west expanse is some office space that, as far as I know, last I heard, a lot of it has been empty off and on. There's real opportunity. I mean, real opportunity down there in that blue and violet area. And don't forget that crosshatched area, that's just an open parking lot. And so there you go. There's more space that's right now not being used to its best advantage. By contrast, when you go up to the east end, you've got at the corner of Hammond and Boylston, a new housing development that hasn't yet risen, but is, the construction is in progress. So we're not going to do anything to that, I expect. That's progress, and right down the street from it is a new restaurant that we just approved that they've done all kinds of investment in, and that's about to open. I'm not sure that that's an opportunity. The area to either side of that narrow street that crosses Hammond Street in the middle of this whole thing, that's where we are facing this 40B application, which would kind of eat up, what you see to either side of Sheaf Street on that part of the map. So the eastern end is mostly already spoken for in terms of ongoing development or development that is coming. The western end has been languishing for literally decades while we watched the whole area of the Chestnut Hill Shopping Center just explode with activity. And if people think that we're still suffering from COVID in terms of people going out to eat and going out to shop, visit that shopping center on a weeknight or on a weekend night, as we did just a couple of nights ago. And I'm not exaggerating when I say every single space in their vast, vast parking area was filled. I mean, the recovery is amazing. And the activity that they attract is amazing. And we're not attracting it because we've got these legacy office buildings across the street that are in the wrong place in the market, whereas they're kind of
Well,
they're in the right place.
but this study is going to fix that. I mean,
Yeah.
we're not taking advantage of it, not because these office buildings are there, legacy office buildings, because we haven't taken the initiative to prepare for opportunities that are clearly there from the street.
I guess the
It-
point I'm trying to make is
yeah.
I hope it won't take years to figure out what the potential is for this area and how to best take advantage of it, because
Okay.
it's kind of staring right at us, I think.
Okay, so we're not going to vote on this tonight, but we appreciate the presentation. It's very,
So I think this is not a thing that we're asking for a vote on. We just wanted your kind of blessing. We didn't want a formal votes process because that's usually what we reserve for committees. Yeah,
Jess, I do hope that it'll be updated with this integration for, I
absolutely.
know it's to be determined, but showing some connection.
Yes, thank you. We will take that back.
Say one more thing.
one quick thing.
And I absolutely insist that we do not displace the Chestnut Hill Diner.
Just a-
I agree
what?
with you.
The Chestnut Hill Diner.
Chestnut Hill
There is
Diner
going to be
no
open
place for
revolt
more.
if anybody tries to displace the Chestnut. Hill.
Bernard, I have one follow-up question for Chase. on
Okay,
this,
we
if I
have a
could.
hearing scheduled for 7, so make it quick.
I'm very quick. So the area that John was talking about, which would be west of Hammond Street up to whatever that little street is, where the 40B is going to be. Is it true that there's one owner for the vast majority of those properties?
There's one owner that owns a couple of those properties. I don't know if I'd call it the vast majority. Meredith,
Okay.
do you know? But I do know that there is one owner in that
I'm sorry,
neighborhood.
Or one owner where the 40B is going to be is only a portion of the number of parcels that the
I'd have
person-
to circle back, double
Okay.
check. And
Yeah,
circle back.
I that's my recollection is that, and I believe actually that some of the commercial land is also in the similar boat. There's a single owner for some of that property.
I wonder if there's an opportunity, instead of just accepting a 40B, is there some other thing that we could do, knowing that we're coming to do this type of plan
Yeah.
to maybe
Okay,
find a solution?
yeah.
Thank you.
that-
It was a minute and a half. Thanks, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Meredith.
And just for clarification, I got a gesture from Miriam, but the board is comfortable with this general direction?
Yes,
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
excellent.
The
Thank you.
it's excellent.
Or I could be
Appreciate
a
it.
rabbi.
Thank you.
You can be what?
Rabbis when they bless you.
Okay. Okay.
That's a
Okay.
smart
Um,
design.
That, because Leonard Nimoy was Jewish, this is actually true, and he took this from his rabbi, yes? Look it up.
Okay, moving right along here. We, next on the agenda is the outdoor seating guidelines, but I'd like to skip that so that we can be at least close to the scheduled hearing time for the liquor license violation hearing. So I'd like to start that. Mr. Buchheit, want to come up?
Sure.
This is a liquor license violation hearing.
Got it. But first, you have to
Oh,
unlock your device.
Oh, God. Hold on, I don't know what I do with this, but.
I can make a suggestion.
Yeah, right. Okay, so this is a liquor license violation hearing for Sunset Cantina.
Can I ask one thing? Can we just make sure? I know that the counsel for the licensee is participating remotely. I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, I was.
Council's been promoted. Ms. Boudreau, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
So first, we have Exhibit A, hearing notice. I assume that was posted in the proper places. Do you need to present that to us to see, or we just take your word for it?
If you just take I had to notify the
Okay.
appropriate parties. So I think further along, they have to, I think you'll request that they agree that they were properly noticed and, but I mean, I asked that it be the first exhibit put into evidence.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Do you want to introduce this, or do you want me to start with my?
Actually, if you would start with your presentation there at the
Okay.
first part of it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bernard.
Okay. So this is a public hearing pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 138, Section 64, to determine whether the Select Board, as the licensing authority for the town of Brookline, should modify, suspend, revoke, cancel, decline to renew, or set conditions precedent to the renewal of an all-alcohol common victualler license issued to Sunset Group LLC doing business as Sunset Cantina, based on the following charges. 1, overcrowding or admittance of any person beyond the established posted occupant load in violation of Code of Massachusetts Regulations 204 CMR 2.052, General Laws, Chapter 138, Section 12, General Laws, Chapter 148, Section 34A, paren A, close paren, new paren 5, close paren, and Section A.16 and A.22 of the Town of Brookline Sale of Alcoholic Beverages Regulations. And henceforward, we will characterize all of that as the regulations. Number 2, disorder, disturbance, or illegality requiring a response from 35 to 40, Brookline, Boston, Boston University, and Massachusetts State Police in violation of 204 Code of Massachusetts Regulations, 2.052, and Section A.22 of the regulations. And regulations refers to the Brookline Sale of Alcoholic Beverages Regulations. And 3, conducting business without a duly appointed and select board approved manager or alternate manager in violation of Section 8.18 of the regulations. The notice of this violation and hearing dated August 7, 2023 was delivered by mail to the licensee's managers and by email to the manager, Katrina Chung. The notice is Exhibit A to this hearing and is incorporated by reference into the record of this hearing. This hearing is being recorded by the Select Board's recording secretary. We'll start right now. First, who will present the case in support of the charges? I assume that's you, Mr. Buchheit.
Me, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So who is here to present or represent the licensee? Could you please introduce yourself, Mr.
Stephanie
Boudreau?
Boudreau for Sunset Cantina LLC.
Great. Are you satisfied with the notice of the hearing, Ms. Boudreau?
We are, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other exhibits to be marked at this time to anyone? This is addressed to Ms. Boudreau as well as to Mr. Buchheit.
Yeah, I have a number of exhibits that I'll just quickly go through. I provided them all in your packet.
Okay.
They are, so Exhibit A is the notice, which is already in the record of the hearing. We have 5 more, which are Exhibits B through F. Exhibit B being the June 13th police report, along with the 5 attachments. Exhibit C, the June 31st, 2023 Fire Department memorandum. Exhibit D, the August 6, 2023 unofficial police incident report. Exhibit E, the August 16th, 2023 Fire Department memorandum. And finally, Exhibit F, the September 18th, 2023 ABCC decision.
Okay. So I guess the next thing is we're going to hear the evidence from the parties in two phases. The first being whether or not there was a violation, and the second being the appropriate action by the select board. Mr. Brookline, I think, are you prepared to present the case in support of the charge? Charges?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So without further ado, just very briefly, we're here because of a June 11th incident at the Sunset Cantina, which I'll refer to as the licensee. The address is 916 Commonwealth Ave. This is a property that the property is in Brookline, but the sidewalk in front of it is in Boston. What happened on that night was that the Boston police noticed a crowd that was estimated to be 200 people on the sidewalk, and that there were some fights. They responded to this incident. They went inside. They observed some overcrowding inside. Understanding that it was Brookline's jurisdiction, they called the Brookline police. There was a large police response of approximately 35 police officers, which also included the Boston University Police as well as the state police. What had happened was that the licensee had partnered with a promoter who was running an event where they sold tickets. If attachment 3 to Exhibit B in your packet shows kind of the advertisement for it and demonstrates that there were upwards of 600 tickets sold for the event. There were more tickets than there was space available, and the overcrowding is what resulted. Let's see. So at the outset of this, I'm going to proceed quickly because I know your time is very important, but also because I'm happy to say that in working with the licensee, as well as the Brookline Police License Department, specifically Lieutenant Richards, who is also, I believe, here online to answer any questions need be, as well as working with the Fire Department Licensing Unit with Deputy Chief Cantor. I think we've arrived at sort of a response that we think is appropriate that we'll present to you. But anyways, I don't want to belabor too much because basically the licensee has agreed to a resolution, which, as well as I've worked with Chair Green as well, that we think is appropriate, that I will recommend. Anyways, so there are 3 alleged violations. The first would be the overcrowding. Bear with me one moment. Overcrowding or admittance of any person beyond the established posted occupant load in violation of a number of rules. So beginning with that one, as I stated earlier, the observed numbers were 400, and that's been buttressed by, at the time of the investigation, one of the employees for the licensee, they used a clicker to count the people, and they admitted that there were 345 people in the building. In attachment 4 to Exhibit B is a certificate which shows the occupancy load, which is 249 people. In addition, there was some admission that the promotion company was allowing people into a side door, hence the number approaching 400 people. So that is the evidence for the overcrowding, 400 people in a space that's permitted for about 239. Yeah. The disturbance, disorder, or illegality, which is the second charge, the evidence of that is, as I said, there were about 200 people in front of the establishment. There were fights that were observed. There was a large police response that was required. A couple of details. A police officer lost his badge during the melee. There was a key that went missing that strangely ended up on the antenna of one of the vehicles. I guess somebody took it and put it back. There were also, as the crowds were dispersed, the police received a number of complaints about disturbances in neighborhoods in Brookline. So that is the evidence of the disorder and disturbance. Finally, the third violation is conducting business without a duly appointed and select board approved manager or alternative manager in violation of Section 8A18 of the regulations. This one's slightly nuanced in that the licensee has a manager and an alternative manager. Come to find out, the alternative manager was at the site when this all occurred. However, he never presented himself to the police, and the following day, it was learned that he was at the facility, but he was in the back working in the kitchen. So the duties of the manager include, overseeing and maintaining order in an establishment, and obviously that didn't occur, and he wasn't in a position to do that. So those are the 3 violations, and that's the case that I'm presenting to you.
Okay, Ms. Boudreau, are you contesting the violations laid out by Mr. Buchheit?
We are not contesting the, well, no, we're not contesting the violations because we have reached an agreement with Mr. Buchheit and the town to get us past this. So at this point, we're not contesting the violations.
So I take it there are no witnesses you'd like to call or evidence you'd like to present? Is there a statement you'd like to make with regard to this issue?
Sure, yes. My goal tonight really, and I'm going to try to be brief again, like Mr. Buchheit said, because we have an agreement, just to provide a description of what the licensee has done since the June 11th violation to ensure that these issues don't happen in the past. First, the licensee has stepped away from events like this. This happened to be a hip hop brunch that was promoted by a promoter. The licensee is no longer using promoters. The licensee is always in control of the licensed premises. So they're stepping away from events like the hip hop brunch, are doing more family oriented events like trivia night, Taco Tuesdays, and a salsa brunch on Sundays that is calm and orderly. The licensee has been and will continue to be meticulous with the number of guests allowed. They utilize a clicker counter to ensure the numbers stay within the lawful occupancy, which is 239, as pointed out. They have required, the incident was in June. In July, they required each one of their staff members who deals with alcohol to be recertified by TIPS. They actually had a proctored test given on site, and they required all managers and alternate managers to be recertified for crowd management control as well. They've developed a process for creating and controlling any guest lines outside, have outsourced security who they bring in when there's going to be a large event, or because this venue is right across the street from McGuinness Arena, they get a lot of overflow and a lot of pre and post event guests. So they have a process in place where they have extra security and personnel on staff when these events are taking place. And lastly, the licensee has alternate manager applications. I just like to explain. So in June, there was a manager approved and a alternate manager approved, and they're both on the CV. On the incident on the night in question, the manager was not there. The alternate manager was there, and as Attorney Buchheit pointed out, he did not present himself, so they did not know he was there. Directly after the incident, they filed, the licensee filed an application to have 3 additional alternate managers appointed. And it comes to find out that those were not acted on because of this violation, and the board wanted to, I'm told, wait until this violation was addressed before those alternate managers were approved. So what we're hoping is that directly after this matter has been concluded, the alternate managers will attend a hearing and will be voted in, and then there will be more responsibility and accountability at the restaurant. And you haven't heard the details of the resolution yet, but the licensee really would like to acknowledge with gratitude the town, and specifically the select board, the Brookline Police and the Brookline Fire for their willingness to listen and to work with and trust the license moving forward. The success of the restaurant is critical to the owners and large staff they employ, and they look forward to moving beyond the violation and working closely with the town to make sure they're in compliance at all times.
Great, thank you. So this is an opportunity for the board to ask questions of Mr. Buchheit or Ms. Boudreau. And I'd like to start off by sort of noting that the incident we're talking about was a hip hop brunch. And of course, that caused my antenna to rise up. Too many times we've seen incidents involving events that are largely oriented towards Black teenagers or youth, where the enforcement or the oversight is a lot different than the enforcement and oversight of other events. I don't believe that's the case here, but I want to make sure that we're sensitive to the fact that that is not behind this incident, and that doesn't become an issue at any point in the future. I know hip hop does not mean necessarily Black kids, because in Brookline, it's the white kids who are mouthing various rap songs, at least in my experience. But still, that's an issue that I am very sensitive to, and I hope that you are too.
I appreciate that. The licensee appreciates that. I think this particular incident, it was a perfect storm. There was Cirque du Soleil across the street at the Aganis, and they had this brunch, and it just, between the show at Aganis, the brunch, and the promoter who really just didn't do their job, and really that's where I think the blame lays. But we appreciate that insight and comment.
Okay, who's
I think
first?
Paul was first.
Okay.
I mean, doesn't matter.
So
Don't
okay,
fight over
I'm like, I'm trying to be polite. So thank you. I did have a couple of quick questions. First, I want to make sure we're not talking about one incident, we're talking about two. There was a June 11th incident that you keep referring to as the incident, and then you fixed everything going forward. But there was an August 6th incident, which seemed to be a repeat. Is that true?
So no. So the August 6th incident resulted not in a violation and only in an incident report. And there wasn't overcrowding at that incident or that event. And there wasn't, the details of that are a little funky. Apparently there was a woman who was in line and she called the police to complain about having an asthma attack. The police came, they couldn't find the woman. There was nobody in medical distress. There were the police found nothing. They ultimately did find the woman, and she refused to give a statement and refused to even identify herself. So there was no violation, no citation. It was just an evening where the police were called.
Well, I guess the thing that caught my eye was that there was, again, it seemed like there might have been some confrontation with the police out front from people that were in the establishment. So my concern about this whole thing is the situation where we have law enforcement showing up, and it could easily escalate into something tragic. It seemed like the 11th June 11th was like that, and the August 6th incident also seems to have had this police interaction with your customers, and whatever, if it was alcohol related or not, I don't know, but that's my primary concern, is putting the public and officers in this point of conflict, that we know, is not a great situation to have.
Right. Well, a couple of things that they've done, again, is they're not hosting these kind of large events, although lines do still accumulate outside. And they have, again, created a process where they're very careful where their lines are. Once they reach capacity inside, they tell the people in line that there's no entry and to go home. So they try to disperse the line if they don't think that there's going to be much shift, so it doesn't stay out there for that long. And they have increased the number of security and bouncers they have somebody on the line, they have at least one person at the door. So they're really trying to address these things that happen. This is kind of a funky situation because, as Attorney Buchheit pointed out, it's a Brookline bar that's really in a Boston.
Boston
neighborhood.
sidewalk, yeah,
Yeah.
Boston sidewalk.
So.
And it's popular, so.
And it's very popular, right? So they have, and there, college came back in September when it's even more crowded. Again, it's picked up, after the summer, and there haven't been any incidents. So I think we have to believe that they're, doing a good job. They're doing, what they should be doing.
Okay, Miriam?
Yeah, so on page 730 of the packet, because this actually really confuses me and bothers me. There's this whole, the paragraph starts, Mrs. Chang provided me with an employee list. I'm gonna read to the irrelevant part. She stated that he was working in the kitchen. So this is Jason Bautista, who was listed as a potential alternate manager who did not present himself during the time of the issue. She stated that he was working in the kitchen overseeing Carlos Alvarenga, listed as the kitchen manager, and that she omitted him from the list, provided as she does not consider him an employee, but an owner. Is this man an owner? And did he not come out when his establishment was over capacity? And if somebody explain this to me, please. She could not articulate why he did not present himself as an alternate manager when the police asked for a manager. I'd like to know what happened there.
So as far as I know, he was in the kitchen. They had, and this isn't an excuse, and they're not using this as an excuse really, but they had this promotion company that comes in, sells the tickets, and manages. And yes, it is definitely still the manager and the alternate manager's job to stay in control and keep, be in charge of the alcohol. But it just, for whatever reason, it didn't happen that night. I don't know if it was because they kind of handed it over to the promoter, but again, they're not using promoters anymore.
Is
This
he an
will not be
owner?
issue. I'm sorry?
My question is he an owner? It says
He
here
is
that-
a part, yeah, he is one of the owners.
Okay.
Wow.
John?
And it's possible, I wasn't there, but it's possible that this was all happening outside, because a lot of it was happening outside. I think maybe most of it was happening outside, and he wasn't made aware of it in a timely way. So by the time the Brookline police left, the question wasn't asked. I'm kind of guessing, but I suspect that could have been what happened.
I just have a
Miriam
tiny
promises
follow-up.
a very small.
Very small, which is, I find this very problematic. So there, small.
Okay. John?
Yes, thanks. Perhaps I just missed it, but I feel like I didn't hear what the resolution is. I heard some talk
Yeah.
of,
Yeah, that's.
Well, we're going to get
Yeah.
to that, but
That's the next.
yeah, the
that's
process.
next.
Yeah,
I'm
this.
happy to provide it, tell you what we've. what they've agreed
it would
to.
be okay to get to it at this point? I think
Sure.
that could color our questions. Yeah.
Sure. And yeah, I know we're skipping ahead a little bit. We kind of fashioned the hearing as.
Maybe what we do here then is, because ordinarily what we do is we proceed in two parts, and you have another opportunity to ask questions and offer comment. This is the liability phase, right? This is, do you think that they violated it? They're not contesting it. So if you want to take the vote now, finding them in violation, and then Mr. Bukai can move on
Yeah.
to basically present.
Oh, yeah, I think that would be
Yeah,
good.
I think that's clean,
That will expedite things.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the record will be cleaner that way. Okay, unless there are any other questions, is Mary coming back?
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be back in the cell.
Okay.
Yeah.
We will now prepare to vote based on the evidence whether the licensee is responsible for the violations with which it is charged, and then we will turn to the question of what, if any, action the board shall take in the event it finds a violation. And since Ms. Bukai is not challenging the charges, this should be an easy vote for us to take. On favor of determining that the licensee is responsible for the violations identified, which were overcrowding, permitting disorder, disturbance, or illegality, and conducting business without a duly appointed and select board approved manager or alternate manager. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Marion Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, so we've determined that there was a violation. Let's see, we will next determine the appropriate action by the board and turn to Mr. Buchheit for a recommendation,
Okay.
which
so-
answers a question that people were raising a second ago.
Okay, so again, working with licensee, Chair Green, the police, as well as fire. My recommendation to you is that you suspend Sunset Cantina's liquor license for 7 days. For 4 of which days will be served on November 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th, 2023, with the remaining 3 days held in abeyance for 1 year. Should there be no incidents resulting in a liquor license violation between now and October 24th, 2024, these additional 3 days will be waived.
Includes a weekend.
In addition, crowd manager report forms will be filled out daily, no photocopies permitted, and will be kept on premises and available for inspection at all times. And Sunset Cantina shall, within 30 days of this hearing, produce records demonstrating that all of its employees who require tips training have been retrained since July 1st, 2023. And similarly, that all of its employees who require crowd management training have been retrained since August 1st, 2023. All of these requirements will be added as a condition to the license. So that is what we're recommending.
Yeah, good. Miriam?
Can we condition that the owner take the trainings as well?
I believe
With
that he's
everyone.
required to do so, and I believe that
Yeah.
he already has, as of August. In August, they did retrain all of their managers, and I think those are the folks that need the crowd management training.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, and the record should show that, there is that concern that he didn't step forward in a situation where that was his responsibility, not, to be delegated to the company, the producers, or whatever it was. So,
What a way to run
and
it.
Ms. Boudreau, I hope that you take the initiative to make sure that he's aware of that concern by the select board. Let's see. Any questions about the recommendation? I mean, I think this is a good recommendation. Look, this is a restaurant in a college town, a large college, and I'm kind of sympathetic to the fact that this is Boston University is a huge university, and their customers are teenagers, right? And
Well, not for alcohol.
They better not. They better not be.
well, teenagers
They better not
and
be.
20-somethings. Well, I mean, without the alcohol, I mean, kids still go there to eat. So I think that the idea of emphasizing the retraining of all their employees in crowd management and tips is an important way to get some control over a situation that's not going to go away and that needs to be controlled in a way like this. Mike.
So I have no problem with the recommendation for the suspension and the other requirements. It was one other thing though, and Paul's absolutely right in saying that this could have really turned into something devastating. All it takes is somebody with a weapon to really cause a massive problem in this kind of situation, including people getting trampled to try to get out. So I wonder what we can do, whether we have authority to require that there'd be no more promotion, no more outsourcing to a promoter for this this sort of thing.
Was that part of what the restaurant?
I know that they've said that they're doing that, but can we? Is that
put it as a
enforceable?
Condition.
Yeah, is that enforceable?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I believe your discretion is broad and that you could impose a condition limiting their ability to use promoters.
I would just add, and I am informed that there's no intent to use promoters at all. But I worry that it's perhaps a slippery slope, and if they have an event planner, if they have a private event, would that be called a promoter? And I wonder if we could put that condition on hold, and maybe if there's a future issue or concern, or if they violate the current order, then that could kick in. I just worry that there could be a gray area and that it could create more
Yeah,
problems than.
Is there a way to sort of craft language that would prohibit the type of promotion that is at issue here, while allowing the types of promotions that would not be problematic, such as a private, event of some sort, a college event organized by the university itself, et cetera? I'm asking you if you could craft some language that would be acceptable to us as well as to the company.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that we could come up with something that made sense for both the licensee and the town.
Okay.
Paul.
Yeah, so I actually agree with Mike. I think we should modify the license and deal with this is not wedding planners we're talking about. We're talking about promoters. I think we know what a promoter is. I think we're being too light, to tell you the truth. I think this was a serious incident. It could have escalated out of control. I'm deeply troubled by what Miriam uncovered, that the owner didn't even come out of the kitchen and acknowledge himself. Give me a break. I don't think we should be holding 3 days in abeyance. Serve the entire penalty. And if you do it again, then it'll be a longer penalty, or your liquor license will be revoked. I don't think we need to have a carrot of 3 days. The violation's a violation. It was significant. It put people and public safety at serious risk for escalation. And I don't think we should consider this as this is a very, very serious incident.
John?
I'm just.
No, but I'm saying that the 3 additional days to say, it says you lose it for 4 days. If there's not another violation, you don't have to serve the additional 3 days.
That putting it in abeyance for a year gives us control, significant control.
But we have
for that year
control.
period.
But we have control. If there's another violation, we could do the same thing again.
Hearing, as
Why?
opposed to just summarily.
I don't know. I just have a different view. I think when I read this a while ago, and I see this tonight, I think what Mike highlighted and what I'm very concerned about is how serious this incident could have been. And that's what I think. And the liquor license and the overcrowding and probably over-serving is a symptom of what the problem is. The problem would have been someone could have got really hurt, and that could have been one of our public safety officers as well as the public.
John?
Yeah, I appreciate that some of us are going to have, a slightly different view than others as to the seriousness of it. I don't question that it was a very serious incident. However, I have a question as to what the consequences, if that's the right word, would be of our departing from what is the agreed upon resolution that is in front of us. And part of the agreed upon resolution, as it was explained to us, is that the cantina, represented by their attorney who's here tonight, agreed to admit to the facts. So if we want to unwind this whole thing, I suppose, we can simply not agree to the resolution, and then we might have to go back to square one, where they have the option of, well, if you didn't, if you didn't stick to the resolution we agreed to, then we're not sticking to agreeing to the facts. So I don't feel like unwinding this tonight.
Mr. Book, I
think it does, open up the possibility of then an appeal to the ABCC and which is fine if this is the direction that the board chooses to go in. But yes, it does kind of unwind our agreement.
I would say, on the other hand, right, just to your point, you made an agreement, and the reason why these hearings are structured the way they are is it's the same way, obviously to a much lesser extent, like a criminal plea deal, right? the select board is sitting as a judge here. You can make a recommendation to the judge about what you think the deal should be.
Correct.
And if the judge is really mad about the circumstances, the judge can say, thank you very much for the recommendation, but I'm going to throw the book at them anyway. You obviously then have the right to contest that and say, I didn't expect that. That's disproportionate. Look, when we even cut a deal with the prosecution doesn't think that's a proportionate sentence. So that's grounds for appeal, but you do have the authority now to say, yeah, we take your recommendation, but we're going to go beyond it. It does just then lead to that possibility on appeal of them saying, we had a deal. We agreed not to contest the facts on the basis of that deal. It's not as strong an argument as saying, it was a this or nothing, but it was just a recommendation to the select board. So the board ultimately has the authority here.
It would to be exercised carefully and rationally.
That's correct.
Right. Well, so that's
Right.
where I want to go with this, this question. So we just recently had a situation with the Hamilton bar. And my recollection there is that we had a 2-day suspension. Is that correct? 3-day suspension.
Right.
And the cause was simply not having an alternate manager or a manager at all, I think.
Well, I think the difference was you gave them an opportunity to have nothing. You gave them an opportunity to serve 0 days,
Right,
and they just missed the deadline.
Right, but they missed a deadline for something that is
Couldn't hire somebody, couldn't fire somebody.
it's a paperwork and hiring issue. Now, I'm not suggesting that they shouldn't have had the suspension, quite the contrary. But I think they kind of took it as, oh, well, we'll see what we can do. But that's 3 days, and we're talking about essentially taking 4 and then putting 3 on probation, basically on probation, to use the criminal the sentence analogy. Honestly, I don't think that's proportional.
Could I speak to that?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. So 2 things. First of all, the Hamilton's violation was not entered lightly and was after several attempts by the board to work with the licensee. So I think the violation in that case was the result of the frustration of the board, not necessarily relating to the violations themselves, but the frustration with the board on the attempts to resolve and the inability of the licensee in that case to make any progress.
Fair comment.
Here, there was 1 incident in June, was the first offense. There haven't been any incidences since. The August 6th, again, was not written up as a violation. There was nothing that the police or the town found that the licensee did improperly. And as a first offense, we think that the agreement that we reached with Attorney Bouquet is appropriate.
Ms. Pedro, though, I hold on 1 second. I want to put my hand up here. You just said something that there haven't been subsequent violations. There has been a subsequent violation. It's just that it's not before us currently. So I think that's not accurate.
So I guess I would say it's a first violation, but this isn't, somebody who's a first violation for shoplifting, again, to put it in the, this is in the, I won't give you a felony, but as an example, but well, okay, this is armed robbery. This is an event with 400 people inside of a place that should have had 239. 41 police officers had to respond to this.
It's serious.
So another thing I think the board should consider is this restaurant, the restaurant owners bought this restaurant at the end of 2022, at the end of COVID, and opened in December, got their liquor license in April. So it was really new, right? And so they're kind of figuring it all out. And there was a misstep here, right? They relied on a promoter and there was a misstep. And again, you know, it was the first offense. And we think that the 3 days or the 4 days rather, with 3 in abeyance is more than enough. I went through the list of mitigating steps that the licensee has taken to make sure that nothing like this happens again. And, you know, we're just hopeful that the board believes in the licensee, you know, they want to survive, they need to survive. And they're going to do everything they can to make sure that they're able to, you know, keep operating.
Okay, I want to give Paul, then John an opportunity to make short comments, and then I think we need to figure out. a way of-
Go forward. So my question is for Chaz. I realize it's not part of this. There isn't a second violation in front of us, but you alluded that there has been a subsequent violation. Could you please describe that?
I don't think it's appropriate to discuss in the context of this hearing. I was just pointing out merely that there is an inaccuracy here. Your decision should be based on the record before you in this hearing. So.
Okay, but we were just told by the attorney that there hasn't been subsequent violations. So I'm extremely uncomfortable with how this is being presented, how it's being minimized, frankly. That's how I feel. And I don't think it's proportionate to what we did with Hamilton's. Hamilton's was, they just couldn't find an alternate manager, took them a long time.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
And I'm not in support of personally, for me, I would not be able to support this agreement.
Okay, John?
I want to just clarify that there have been, what I said was there were no violations by the town of Brookline. No citations by the town of Brookline. So if there was a misunderstanding there.
That's accurate, but I don't think that's what you said. But let's let bygones be bygones there.
Yeah,
We'll talk about
in any rate, what we're talking about has not been.
Yeah, it's not relevant to
Not
this.
relevant,
Right.
but also it hasn't been developed to the point where we really can say that's a violation.
Yeah.
So,
Uh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I would like to see this resolved tonight without our having to send people off to start all over again or appeal this to the ABCC. We've spent enough time on this already, and I think we can resolve it tonight. And with that in mind, since I trust our legal department to make good deals, and I think they made the deal that they think is appropriate given the circumstances, and in the best interest of the town. And God help this establishment if they take this particular punishment and then, you know, screw up again a couple of months from now. We've all heard the discussion that has taken place, and that's going to, you know, be lower the boom time. But it's a first violation, and if Mr. Brookline is satisfied, I'm satisfied, and I think we should vote on this and get it done.
Okay, what I'd like to do, first of all, I'd just like to say that, yeah, we just had a conversation on the importance of developing our commercial areas out in West Boylston Street. This is a commercial business, and it's very valuable to us in terms of tax returns or tax receipts that we receive from their sales, et cetera. So I think that that's a context within which, Micah,
I'm sorry, I think that's totally irrelevant.
well, it's irrelevant in what sense?
I think it's, for one thing, if they went out of business, somebody else would occupy that space. And they would be a similar.
That's speculative.
But, well, okay. But the second thing is,
Wait, hold
this
on.
isn't, this isn't a matter of dollars. This is a matter of public safety. And
And all I'm saying is that in how we, what conditions we impose have to be rationally related to the fact of, you know, what they did, but also taking into account that, are you leaving?
I'll
Okay.
explain later.
You don't have to explain. Any rate, no.
We're now down to 2 to
Okay,
2.
so my question is, we've proposed a condition with respect to the promoters. I mean, do people want to add additional conditions to this? Or, I mean, we're not going to take away their license and shut them down. So
we're not-
what is it that
Yeah.
you think that would be
6 days?
So look, to me, this whole negotiation of a thing, right? So they admitted to the violation. I think I have serious concerns. I think Mike and I share them, that this was not like your run of the mill incident, right? How many officers showed up?
41.
41 officers showed up. That's significant. And I just, I think the condition has to be in there. And I think that the full days have to be served. Now, if you want to break the days up, so you're not doing them sequentially, I'm fine with that. But I think the penalty needs to be fully served.
Mr. Buchheit, do you have any thoughts?
Well, the only thing I wanted to clarify was that with Hamilton, I believe that you saw kind of this. There, we imposed 3 days. We held 3 days in advance.
Complete sense.
Yeah, and so you came in on the sort of the latter half of it when they had to come back after 6 months. That was one of the conditions we imposed. But just to I mean, there was for 5 years running, Hamilton submitted an application, its renewal application, listing as a manager a person that no longer worked there. So, and granted that nothing happened, and but it was there wasn't a big incident that occurred. I agree, but it wasn't just them not being able to find a manager.
How many officers showed up at Hamilton?
no, that's not-
Again, they're not comparable to me. That's all.
John?
Quick suggestion, Mr. Buchheit, would you be comfortable, proposing a stepped up penalty? And Ms. Bedrove, would you be comfortable in saying yes or no to that so that we can get this resolved tonight?
And what
I
would
can
you
answer
accept
first in
now?
saying that of course, I think as Chas pointed out, that it is within your discretion to, of course, to fashion the remedy that you want. So I'm comfortable doing what you tell me to do.
And I think, I will say that for 4 days, serving 4 days and having 3 days in abeyance is a serious first offense, right? And it's got to be also commensurate with what we tend to do for first offenders. So it is an appropriately serious response for a serious offense. And I think in this instance, you could do one of two things here, given that it sounds to me now with a 4-person board that you're split 2-2 on this potentially. What you could do is you could potentially hold this in abeyance for 2 weeks and come back in the 7th. But given that it seems to me that the board is split, Ms. Bedreau, between whether to impose the recommended penalty or whether to impose a harsher sentence, that the licensee should be prepared to close over Veterans Day weekend. But if you're not able to reach a decision tonight, that's one option.
Yes, I'm sorry, I should ask to be recognized.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I apologize, Chas. The dates that were given are over a long weekend, which is, that's a significant economic penalty.
Yes.
Certainly. And I'm just thinking that I would also like to get this done. I just, just the business, the whole thing all together. I think these people were. There's an owner manager there who was totally brainless.
What would settle it for you?
And
Well, by the way, we've
let's add the condition on the promoter and then.
I thought we
and
already
see what
agreed to
happens.
that.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Well, how about this for the promoter then, Ms. Bedreau, so that the board can get this out of the way?
I'd like to see those come back to us.
Oh, you want to, I mean, if we say, I mean, you may have to take it back to your client, but if we say that ticketed events, whether monetary or not, for more than 20 people are not permitted, that saves you the issue of wedding receptions, which aren't ticketed, community gatherings, BU events that are for smaller, but anything that, because promoters, it's my understanding that, they ostensibly require tickets, even if they're free, just so they can track how many people show up to an event. If you ban ticketed events, whether monetary or not, for more than 20 people, that eliminates the kind of class of gathering that the board seems to be concerned about. Does that sound realistic?
Asking her.
And you may need to consult with your client.
I'm just trying to communicate with my client right now. via text. And I don't know that, I don't know that no ticketed events will work here. They have in-house events that they do sell tickets for, so limiting it to 20 people when they have capacity for 240 seems.
Okay, so if that's not a workable solution, that's not a workable.
No
solution.
outsourced.
Are those events though, managed by outside parties?
No, they are managed.
How about
We're not talking about outside.
how about third-party ticketed
Yeah.
events?
Yeah, that's a better
That's
way
what
to do
we're
it.
concerned about.
That's a lot more, it gives them a lot more latitude.
Right. Your client can still have events in-house that they are responsible for, and that they then don't have the ability to say it was the person who came in.
Well-
But then you have, if there are third parties, again, clubs, whatever.
Yeah, I think that sounds reasonable. And that will have the double effect of making sure there are no promoters and making sure that the licensee is in control of all of the events.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mike.
One last thing, I'm sure you'll do this anyway. But just for the, for the record, please go back to your client and tell them that this, the next time is the penalty will be vastly more significant.
Okay, yeah.
Understood.
Okay. So what we're talking about is what? No third party promoters.
No third
whatever
party
might-
ticketed events, whether tickets are sold for money or otherwise, for more than 20 people.
Are we going with the 4-day suspension?
Right, and then
3-day?
you still have you have a 7-day
Go with that.
suspension, 4 to be
Okay.
served over Veterans Day weekend, and 3 held in abeyance.
And the other provisions in terms of training.
Right,
Yeah.
all the other
Okay,
provisions
do-
remaining.
Do we have a consensus on that?
Well, I'll go with that.
You'll go with that?
Yeah.
Paul?
You have 3 votes, you don't.
Well, I'd like all 4 votes.
You're
come
not
on,
gonna
come on,
get.
you're not gonna get it.
Come on, no.
Finish, no, that's his privilege.
I think I will,
No, that's fine.
I will explain, Bernard. I really think this is so serious that we should do the full 7 days, so I can't go along with it.
Made that clear.
Okay, all in favor of the recommendation that we've come up with? Oh, wait, are we ready
Yeah, are you-
to do that?
I think, yeah, I think you're at the point at which we've asked questions of everyone, and basically it's time for you to make a motion.
Okay.
You want me to read it? Just so.
Yes, I move what Chaz is about to read.
All right, all right. The motion is that the board suspend Sunset Catina's all alcohol liquor license and the common vitillator license for 7 days. 4 of which days shall be served on November 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th, 2023, with the remaining 3 days held in abeyance for 1 year. Should there be no incidents resulting in a liquor license violation between now and October 24th, 2024, these additional three days will be waived. In addition,
If I may, Town Administrator Carey, just so our agreement was that their alcohol license would be taken away, but they would be allowed to continue serving food. So the common victular license wouldn't be removed.
I'm sorry, yes.
So, and that
Let me
was
go
Sunset.
back, sorry. I move that the board suspend Sunset Cantina's all alcohol liquor license for 7 days. 4 of which days will be served on November 11th, 12th, and 13th, 2023, with the remaining 3 days held in abeyance for 1 year. Should there be no incidents resulting in a liquor license violation between now and October 24th, 2024, those additional 3 days will be waived. In addition, 1, crowd manager report forms will be filled out daily, no photocopies permitted, and will be kept on premises and available for inspection at all times. 2, Sunset Cantina shall, within 30 days of this hearing, produce records demonstrating that all of its employees who require tips training have been retrained since July 1st, 2023. And similarly, that all of its employees who require crowd management training have been retrained since August 1st, 2023. And 3, no third-party ticketed events, whether tickets are sold for monetary value or otherwise, shall be held for more than 20 people. Sunset Cantina understands that the town, through its police, fire, and building departments, will conduct periodic inspections of the premises. All of these requirements are additional conditions added to Sunset Cantina's license.
Okay. And when we talk about liquor license violations between now and 2004, we're talking about both town as well as ABCC.
Any liquor any incidents resulting in a liquor license violation, but this is important between now and a year from now.
Right. Is that acceptable to you, Ms. Boudreau?
Yeah, I mean, as Chaz alluded to, there was an incident that occurred. But the incident already occurred, so this
Right.
would
So that falls
not
outside
be
of it.
covered, yes.
Right.
Right.
It wouldn't trigger this automatic suspension. You know,
That's the intent.
any future incident, any incidents that happen between this incident and October 24th today would come back before the board for a hearing.
Okay, so I move the language recited by town administrator. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam is not here. I assume she's not on Zoom.
No, she's got a problem she has to attend to.
Okay, Mike Salmon,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
No.
and chair votes aye, so. Okay.
Thank you, members of the board.
Boudreau.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Boudreau. Okay, let's go back to the item that we skipped, which was
Outdoor seating.
outdoor seating.
It's me,
Once again,
Devin Fields, Assistant Town Administrator for Operations. I am pleased to present to you these amended outdoor seating program guidelines, which are bringing us into compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. This was regulation that came down from the state. You'll see in the red line version of the guidelines in your packet that the only amendment that we are making to those guidelines at this time is an accessibility feature that makes it required for any parklet type outdoor seating entity to have a platform that goes from the sidewalk across the area of the structure, as opposed to having a step down. And that's something that staff has discussed internally. We've workshopped with the businesses. We're working with transportation, building department, and the economic development team, who is going to use some grant funding to help some of our restaurants who are participating in these programs to be able to make those structures and ensure that they are not only safe and physically sound, but that they will not be a breeding ground for rats. So the first vote that I have to ask you for is the amendment to the guidelines, which again is exclusively for this accessibility accommodation as required from the state.
Okay, so let's have a discussion. Any comments from the select board?
Nope.
No. Hold on, I'm looking for the language for the vote. Did I miss it somewhere here?
Under number 9, it says move approval of the updated outdoor dining.
What page is that on the packet?
5 something.
Oh, I'm at 700 something.
Oh, it's in your script.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Page 3.
Okay. Okay, outdoor seating guidelines and fee structure. I move approval of, unless there's any further discussion, which I don't think there is. I move approval of the updated outdoor dining guidelines as presented by Ms. Fields. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Mike Salmon.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Thank you. The next item that I'm going to present to you under this discussion topic is the fee structure. So last year, a team from DPW planning came before you with a graduated fee structure that not only took into account administrative features such as the work, that's done in the transportation division when they're reviewing kind of the plans, and the building department when they're going out and helping to deliver the Jersey barriers. But also the lost parking meter revenue. So you have a memo in your packet from the planning department that sort of shows you the trajectory of the anticipated revenue that we were losing and where we are currently. And with that, we have also done research on our neighboring cities and towns who are doing outdoor dining programs. and we have, really fallen out of step with them. So we want to continue to be supportive of this really impressive program. We have 40 participants in our outdoor seating program, which is, I think, a huge success, not only for the town, but also for these businesses and certainly for the residents who get to enjoy and experience this outdoor dining program. So what we have here before you in this memo is a recommendation to pause. So not move in that trajectory where we were going to increase the fees annually for the next 5 years, but to keep the calendar year 23 rates, which are $2,360 for the seasonal program and $4,165 for the annual program. We're asking you to take a pause in the fee structure and have the calendar year 23 prices also move forward in the calendar year 24.
Okay, any discussion of that? Mike looks like.
I'm
you're-
sorry.
right.
I think there's some possibility that we'll be looking at increasing meter rates, which basically means that we're giving up somewhat more revenue. Just the same, for a year, okay. I don't want to make any promises about next year.
I appreciate that. And we are also undergoing some review. The Department of Public Works is going to do more analysis on this. We have a couple of next steps highlighted at the end of this. There's also been discussion about kind of the bag fee, for example, when a contractor is doing work in front of a business and they can pay to bag the meter for the day so that they can get that work done, kind of assessing the rates that way, as opposed to looking at what we may or may not have lost based on these certain parking spots. Some parklets only take up one spot. When we originally had done this, we had said, they could be taking up to 3 spots. So we just want to hone this a little bit more. So I appreciate that point, Select Board Member Sandman. And I think that, these next steps and the analysis that the departments will be doing, it's really a wonderful joint effort between the Department of Public Works and the Economic Development Division of the Planning Department. We'll be able to come to you next year with those answers.
Okay. Any other discussion?
The last thing I want to say is I just really want to thank the departments. There has been an incredible amount of work to make this a successful program. Transportation, building, health, the select board's office with our administrative licensing team, economic development. They have been putting in so much work to make this a successful and honestly thriving program that we couldn't have imagined before 2020. So I really want to take the time to thank the staff who has made this, what we are benefiting from today.
Paul?
So I thank you for your work on this and for complimenting all the departments. I agree. I do think that while we see a lot of activity in our businesses and the parking lots are full up in Chestnut Hill and, they're still recovering. COVID was a tremendously damaging period for them, and some of them took on debt to continue. And so I think anything that we can do to help keep their costs stable for now, given rising food costs and all that inflation, I think that makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'd like to move approval of the pausing of the current fee structure for the outdoor dining program to reflect the following amounts in the year 2024 seasonal outdoor seating in the amount of $2,360. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. I'm sorry. In addition, annual outdoor seating in the amount of $4,165, which was on the next page. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
We have Miriam online now.
Oh, Miriam. Miriam.
Aye. Yes.
Miriam Ashkenazi. Okay. Mike
Aye.
Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, next we're moving on to warrant articles.
You have board policies and procedures, I think.
Ooh, I thought that was after.
Is it after? I'm sorry. My fault. Yeah, my fault. Looking at the wrong thing.
Warrant articles. Okay, review and possible vote on the following warrant articles for the November 14 special town meeting. These are articles that we've already had hearings on, so all you have to do is discuss and vote if we desire to do so. I guess the first one we're talking about is special town meeting number 4, warrant article 1, the MBTA.
Oh, I'm sorry. We actually, we changed that in the, say, we were talking about warrant article 4, the backup article.
Oh, okay, sorry.
But it was special town meeting 1, warrant article 4. Yes, it's confusing. They're palindromes. It's a palindrome.
It is confusing.
But my understanding was that the board wished to, kind of put that on as a placeholder in the event that there was the need to amend that further. I don't know if any of the board members want to offer amendments on that.
No, we have thought that through and decided we do have one other bite at that apple. I'm particularly interested in hearing what the advisory committee does tonight, but let's assume that that they're going to go forward with the recommendation of their ad hoc subcommittee. So let's hold that off.
Okay. Good.
I did want to just comment briefly on this because I know, if it's all right, Chair,
Sure.
Just because I know this is this came up at the ad hoc subcommittee meeting about this and the consensus article. One of the there were two kind of large scale issues that were discussed there. There were concerns about how we comply with the MBTA-CA. One was this issue of submitting the Harvard Street portion. What's going to get submitted to the state as compliant with the MBTA Communities Act, and that it's my understanding that the chair sent a letter to the ad hoc subcommittee indicating the sense of the board that there would not be a what the board would like the departments to submit for compliance with the MBTA-CA is just that portion of whatever gets passed. That is what we refer to as the M district's proposal, that covers the multifamily district proposed overlay, and have that be submitted as our compliance, our compliance effort. And so staff has obviously heard that request, and we're obviously, we serve at your direction. So we're happy to make that movement.
And I thought that was really a misunderstanding, that our position always was to submit compliance plan
right
for compliance and not give the state an opportunity to putz around in our Harvard Street plan.
Right. And I think the kind of back and forth there was our thought was we wanted you to have we wanted the town to have the flexibility if necessary, that if you wanted to make modifications to that plan, you could do so without, the state basically, trying to, you'd have some wiggle room, but we understand the community's position on this, and we're obviously, we're more than happy to go forward as you've suggested.
That's been communicated to advisory, has it?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
I want to make sure that advisory was aware of that.
Yes,
Yeah.
advisory, the chair sent a letter, I think this late last night or earlier this morning. I just want to make sure the community knew.
As usual, late last night.
Did you have a question? Sorry.
I did. Well, a couple of questions. I don't remember the board having a discussion of this issue, so I'm not sure when we reached a consensus on that. And the other question is, hasn't the language built around this warrant article made reference multiple times to the virtues of combining the two as our compliance plan? I don't have the article in front of me, and I'm going on memory, but that seems to me to be how this evolved. This evolved that it was the package that we would submit as compliance, and I don't remember us ever reaching a consensus in the other direction.
Well, the package was what we had presented to town meeting. My recollection was that we weren't going to submit to the state.
Yeah, the design, the always the original intent of the consensus plan was to use the M district as compliance. We had never assumed, it was never discussed that we would use Harvard Street. And the board gave direction, I believe, to come up with meaningful compliance. Now, the compliance comes from the M district. Meaningful comes from Harvard Street.
Right.
So that's how you get meaningful compliance. And it makes absolute no sense to submit, should the consensus article pass, to submit Harvard Street acreage and have us tied up with the state. So whenever we want to make changes, we have to go back to them. That just makes no sense at all. And I think we actually want the flexibility because we're we're introducing three major innovations on Harvard Street. And we want to be able to adjust to make sure that we're looking for we get the outcomes that we want. So I think that's the right call. And thank you. I do thank the chair for sending that communication.
But John, you had other questions. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to add to what I said. I agree that it makes sense to submit only the M district plan as our compliance plan. And for that purpose, I think we should should have separate votes on that and I remember bringing that up very early on, that, you know, why would we start out with a vote that combines the two when only one is required for compliance? And that's when the argument in the case began to get made. Oh no, but it's a much better compliance plan if we put the two together. And so I think you can perhaps understand why people had the impression that the whole purpose of this exercise was to get both approved as a package so that we could submit both to the state. I never liked that plan. And I think the way to make sure that we do it, you know, and make clear to everyone that it's a separable vote is to, in fact, take the votes separately. That's all.
Which votes do you mean? I don't understand.
Take a vote on the M district plan and take a vote on the Harvard Street plan.
But that's not what's on the warrant, John. There's two articles.
That's
on the
my
warrant.
point.
Yeah, well,
That's
I mean,
exactly my point.
and you were
Well,
outnumbered.
so-
There's two articles in the
Right,
warrant. Actually, three. Just 1 second, Mike. There's two articles in the warrant. There's the preferred article, the preferred plan for compliance, meaningful compliance from the board, which is Article 1 of Special Town Meeting 4, which I understand you didn't vote for. You weren't in agreement. And then our contingency article, it's actually listed as the contingency article in the index of the warrant, is Article 4 of Special Town Meeting 1, which is the M District Plus. That's the way we designed it. It's what we put on the warrant. It's what's been communicated to town meeting.
And my inclination, which I have stated to people more than once in the last week or so, is to vote for each of those two plans in favor separately. That's my inclination and that's my intent.
But that's not what's in front of you.
Okay,
Well, no,
this is a little confusing now, because there's a difference between what we're going, well, go ahead.
so, John, I think this is a settled issue, and you, for better or worse, the vote was 4-1 to do this as a combined plan and to submit it to town meeting in that way.
Yes.
And
yeah.
expect the town meeting would. So what is this? Honestly, I don't understand what the issue is here.
Yes, and to submit it to town meeting for the purpose of having the two together be the compliance plan.
Well, the two are together. They are part and parcel of the same warrant article.
So the purpose in packaging them as a vote that has to be taken at once is what now, since we're only going to submit the MBTA, the multi-district plan as our compliance plan to the state?
This is an absolute settled issue. I feel like this is a complete waste of time tonight. We have a.
Oh, wait, no, come on.
Well, hang on.
Yeah, it's settled in your mind, fine. It isn't settled in mine.
Right. Well, I can understand why Paul is saying that this is obfuscating. Look it up. Well, you know what it is anyway. You're a journalist. But that's that. You know, we, as I say, that was the intent of the 4 who voted for it. If you wish to, when it comes to town meeting, if you wish to make a motion to separate the two pieces out, we'll see whether the moderator allows that. But I think that's your only recourse.
So my question maybe to Chaz is, we're talking about two things here. First of all, what town meeting is going to vote on, which
Right.
is the combined consensus plan.
Right.
And secondly, what we're going to submit to the state.
Correct.
As our compliance. So
Right.
We're not going to submit to the state what, is in the warrant, but rather the plan.
Right. And I think,
And maybe we need to talk about how we separate the two for purposes of the state.
Right. And I think this is an important thing too. It's the question of what you submit is ministerial, it's executive. You have the authority to point to something in the law and say this complies. For example, Cambridge thinks it already complies with this law. So when the state says to Cambridge, what's your compliance plan? They're going to say that in my zone already exists. We comply, we're done. But for us, for Brookline, we do not currently have a compliant district. We could go a couple of different ways. If the consensus plan passes, then we submit, it's clearly the understanding, the board is saying, as the executive, we are going to submit as a compliance plan the M district's portion of this this zoning code that is passed.
Yeah.
So that's your direction to us. We understand that, and that's what we'll do.
And if town meeting passes both of them together,
Right.
it doesn't.
It
prevent us from-
doesn't prevent you from still saying, we, the executive, are going to submit this compliance plan to the state.
I think that's where the confusion is.
Yeah.
John?
Well, here's our town information page that is, intended to help the public become better informed about complying with the MBTA CA. And the very first thing on it is, how can Brookline comply with the MBTA CA? Brookline Select Board has developed a plan, bullet point, bullet point, bullet point, bullet point, fifth bullet point, create a new zoning district to permit as of right development of commercial, residential, or mixed-use projects on Harvard Street with a form-based zoning approach. Read more about the consensus plan here. That is, and always has been from the beginning, our representation of what we're doing with this town meeting vote is we're creating a compliance plan that has both those elements to it. And if we don't need both those elements, then our compliance plan as presented to town meeting should be the element that is necessary, and then we can vote on the other elements.
But I think that's a political decision, right? And that's the crux of it. The question is, as a political matter, right? You put this warrant article together. It's and I think you've seen over the last couple of weeks, there's horse trading going on, right? And that's not a matter for us on staff. Our view is, whatever passes, you tell us what it is you want to submit to the state as the compliance plan, and that's what we'll do. And we'll see what the state has to say about it.
Town meeting has two options, two choices to be compliant with the MBTA Communities Act. They can choose for just compliance, which is Article 4 of Special Town Meeting 1. It's our backup. It's our contingency plan, John. Or they could choose for meaningful compliance, which is the M District plus the Harvard Street. It's a package. Those are their two choices. If you want to try to divide the question, you could do that. I think that would be a tremendous mistake, because the first thing that would be voted would be the M District. And I'm pretty darn sure that will fail if you try to divide the question. It's a package. Put the package together. Town meeting can vote that up or down. Then we'll go to the next vote. It's really simple.
I'm just reading what's on our town website.
No, you're right. And it's because it's part of, the as I understand it, it's that's what's in the warrant article. And you can pick any or all of that to be what you submit to the state as part of a compliance plan, and we'll see. Now, the other aspect that I just wanted to touch on really briefly on this, which came up, was this question of the Harvard Street economic impact. The question of, as I understand, there's questions have been going around about what's the economic impact of this. And I think Director Kara Bruton sent an email, which Select Board Member Warren graciously forwarded along to the town meeting members listserv, which kind of talked about in some that it's difficult to say with certainty what the economic impact of zoning alone is. For example, the schools, when considering what the growth of population is going to be in order to determine how many seats they need available and what resources, they don't take zoning into account when doing that, because it's too diffuse. It's simply too diffuse and amorphous on its own. Now, we can make assumptions. We can absolutely take the assumptions that you would like us to assume and generate an economic impact analysis based on those assumptions. But I think it's really important to state up front that if the assumptions, we don't want to create a misleading impression of clarity or of certainty. We have to say, if you want to assume X, then the outcome is likely to be Y. But zoning alone doesn't allow us the luxury to generate those assumptions. Now, there are consultants out there who will gladly take our money and say that they'll create a model, but that's what they're doing as well. And I think actually in Milton recently, there's been some fight about this, because Milton hired a consultant to do this. Milton's consultant came back and said, yeah, actually building more multifamily housing would be really great for you. And then Milton basically, people in Milton said, well, your assumptions are faulty. So I want to just make clear that we are obviously more than happy, to work with the assumptions generated. But when I see people going back and forth saying, oh, I assume this is going to have a positive, I assume this is going to have a negative impact. Unless you know more, right? It is disingenuous to say that I know with any certainty what is going to happen here. What you can, what you can say is we can, look at the data we have available, and we can talk about things like underutilized parcels and growth and so forth like that. But we will do the work. We were happy to work together and, talk about, based on certain assumptions, what results. But I do think it is really important for us to understand that when someone says, I can say with certainty what's going to happen 20 years from now, the answer is very often, we just don't. We don't. And that's hard. It's hard to kind of walk into a circumstance and say, I don't know as much as I would like in this circumstance. And it feels momentous, a decision that's being made. But I think the benefit to this process is you're having the opportunity to kick the tires on all of these things, and you can make a decision based on that. If you feel comfortable with that decision, great. And if you don't, also great. That's the beauty of the political process. So I just want to be sure that people understand that when we talk about, the staff, I was really disheartened to see someone say the staff hasn't done any work on this. And I'm sorry. Staff has done 2.5 years.
They're avoiding answering the question.
Yeah.
They're afraid.
So I just want to kind of put that to rest. That's really disrespectful to the work that this planning department has done. And I hope I don't see that again.
Okay, and I assume that what you're talking about is the economic impacts, or similar to the economic impact studies of how the Olympics would have brought such great benefits to Boston
right
a few years ago.
Well, even that I think has more certainty, because you can say, you can know what an Olympics looks like.
Right.
It's very hard to say, all right, I'm going to rezone, how many buildings will be built? How many permits will be pulled?
Okay.
I need a short break.
5 minutes.
Oh, sure.
I do want to vote for these.
Okay.
5 minutes?
Should we all take a 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Back at 8:30.
And Deputy Town Administrator Melissa Goff is
Hey, Ms. Goff.
with us.
Good evening. So the first article that we're talking about besides the MBTA article is the payroll division article. We had to put that back on your calendar because the advisory committee had done some tweaks. So that should also be in the folder with the town meeting information. I can call it up if you just give me a minute.
Now it's my turn.
Okay,
No,
so it's just reworked. Jocelyn Murphy from the advisory committee just wanted to, make it a little bit cleaner in her eyes. So the essence is still the same. We're creating a division within the finance department. The payroll director is the division head, and this is the revised language here.
Could someone read that? I can't.
Yeah, too small.
Sure. The payroll
Could you blow it up?
Sure. The payroll division and payroll director shall be responsible for the payroll-related duties set forth in said chapter 25 of the Acts of 1993, as amended, including the following. The payroll director shall appoint and may remove all personnel within the payroll division of the Department of Finance, subject to the approval of the finance director. The payroll division shall be responsible for the preparation of all payrolls. The payroll director shall be responsible for the processing and recording of all departmental payrolls, subject to the oversight and approval of the finance director. And we wouldn't need the or anything relative there too.
I'm sorry, say that again. We wouldn't need.
No, this will get, the motion wouldn't have or act anything related there too once it becomes the final motion.
Okay.
I guess the important thing is, are you okay with this?
Yeah, that's why
This
my
amendment?
hand was up.
Yep.
Same question.
I said I'm okay with it as long as town council is okay with it and town council is fine with it. So we are comfortable with that motion.
Okay, any questions?
I just have one question. I assume that this was gonna be in the job description regardless. So this is just redundant, yes?
Right. There'll be a more elaborate job description for the payroll director. If this passes, we will then incorporate that into our budget preparation and will likely be before the board in order to create the division head level position.
Great, thank you.
Good. Okay, unless there are any further discussion, I'd move favorable action on warrant article 14 as amended by the I'm sorry, not warrant article 14, warrant article 9 to create a payroll division as amended by the advisory committee as read by Ms. Goff. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, next.
So
Pets?
the next two articles are by the same petitioner. The advisory committee also had some fine tuning on those articles, so you should have that language in your packet as well.
We do indeed.
Yeah. Devin, is that the language that was on the on our OneDrive?
Yes.
Okay.
And yes.
Could someone explain just the differences between, it would just be helpful to understand what the.
Be nice if we had a red line. but-
Yeah,
Um,
it may be in the back.
Yeah, is there any way we can
Honestly, it's not gonna
learn
change
what the
my vote.
differences are?
There is a red line version that I can call up, so
Okay.
hold on just a minute, make sure I have Article 14 first.
Believe.
Oh, they did a lot of.
Is that the red line there?
Yeah.
Yes,
Melissa, could you give it one more crank on the plus?
sure. Yep.
I'm looking at it on the Zoom, so it's just,
How's that?
one more.
One more?
There you go.
Oh, perfect.
Just tell me when to scroll because I can't see my,
We
Candy
should,
view.
we should change seats, Paul. I can see it perfectly.
Well, even I wouldn't have mine.
I'm also resharing this folder with all of you. So if you do want to pull up these individual documents, it will be right at the top of your inbox.
yeah, a lot of it is just,
Well,
um,
so if I remember, the big issue here on pet stores was, essentially they weren't allowing anything to be sold, any animals, and did they? So they're not allowing cats and dogs. Is that what they're doing? But birds, amphibians.
So they've changed that to a mammal or bird.
A pet shop may provide space for display of mammals or birds. But no reptiles or amphibians.
yeah, that was struck here.
Okay,
No geckos.
Evan, where, I'm having, oh, okay. How did this pop up suddenly?
It would have been great if the petitioner was here to, is the petitioner accepted these?
Yes.
These were also,
He sent us an email saying that
Yeah.
he was comfortable with all of the changes. I think the changes generally, I mean, I read it, but not with great, but I think the changes generally addressed the concerns of this select board and the ACE. And the petitioner did say for both this and the next one, he was appreciative of all the input and accepted all the changes.
So they can sell amphibians and reptiles, or am I reading that wrong?
That's, I assume that's what.
They cannot sell, right, a mammal or bird. They can provide space for adoption of mammals or birds. But that leaves open the possibility of amphibians or reptiles. Yes.
So no parakeets.
No parakeets.
Where would my children have bought their guinea pig?
You can adopt one from the MSPCA.
Yeah,
guinea
did you
pig?
not hear my
Yes.
story, Mike, about adopting a disabled guinea pig? You can adopt guinea pigs from the ASPCA.
I'm for it. We're not gonna have pet stores.
Or you can adopt one from the store under this change, because they're allowed to display them for adoption, but they can't sell them.
Okay, what do people think about this?
Maybe I'm an outlier here, but I'm going to vote no on this.
Because,
Pardon?
because I'm just curious.
Because I think it's an effort to do something that is not fully baked. I think there are circumstances in which the sale of an animal is perfectly appropriate for the health of the of the animal, and I don't see a blanket prohibition as being rational. I understand that.
I want to add that the advisory committee still has not voted this. This is the language that will be in front of them on Thursday night. So they currently don't have a position on this article.
Yeah.
Do we wait?
Do we wait for them?
Let's wait.
I would like to wait, but I would like to say, just so I have it on the record, I'm generally agreeing with Mike. This article, if we weren't selling dogs and cats, makes sense to me. But when you start getting into amphibians and birds and, some of these animals are companion animals. I don't know. I think it just goes too far. And right now I'm uncomfortable with it.
Yeah.
Actually, so am I, so.
Well,
We could vote no action. We could vote no action. I move no action.
Then let's.
Are we able to vote
John,
tonight?
John, what do you think?
Well, I think the advocates for it made a very compelling case that this is one of those changes that has occurred over time. We have come to recognize that the traditional pet store, where they would have, puppies in the window, was part of a business that bent a lot of rules in order to supply pets to people who, would see the puppy in the window and fall in love with it. But, the conditions under which the puppy was bred and initially raised were not great. And so there's a phrase, puppy farm for a reason. A lot of people basically just exploited our hunger to have a cute, cuddly puppy and turned it into a commercial business. And it was not really good for the animals. So I think that speaks to why this is in front of us. And then they agreed to certain exceptions because of, I think, very reasonable arguments that people made that, the puppy industry was one thing, but reptiles and hamsters and so on, that's another.
A hamster's a mammal.
Yeah, but it's hard to perceive. I don't know how deeply we're going to get into this, but it's hard for me to perceive conditions for breeding, meeting the demand for hamsters being the same as the conditions that were, afflicting, puppies that were being bred in puppy mills. So,
Yeah.
Well, that's just.
and the same thing is true of bunnies. I mean,
And do you eat chicken?
oh, well, yeah, if you want to go into that level of it,
So
fine, but
there are other ways to buy puppies, and to just have a blanket prohibition makes no sense.
So
Okay, so I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say, do we want to wait for AC or do we want to vote? I mean,
Well, let's see what Miriam has to say about this.
Yeah, so I'm actually in favor of this warrant article, so it seems like I'll be in the minority. That's fine. It's not the
So-
first
You and
time.
me,
so
Miriam.
we don't- we
Yeah,
don't-
yeah, but
we
I'm
don't
also
have
comfortable
consensus.
taking a vote tonight because I don't see the need to keep kicking this down the road. I don't think how AC votes is substantially going to change how this select board feels, but
we
I'm
all
not-
agree there are no such stores in Brookline. So it's not like there's something that is.
There could be a
momentous that could-
Petco might want to
could
come
happen.
up to that
Yeah.
new
Yeah.
commercial area up in Chestnut.
I'm just saying
And-
it's
and
it's
don't
not
we have
something that.
regulations that would apply if Petco were to come that would prevent some of this? Or do we? Maybe we don't.
I don't think so.
Maybe-
You have
maybe that's where we are.
laws governing animal regulation, but I don't think that's to this extent. Right. I just think if you want to vote tonight, it's helpful for the combined reports purposes.
I'm comfortable voting today.
Okay, okay, Miriam says yes, and she's gonna go favorable action, so. Okay, I'm gonna move, no action on warrant articles 14 and 15. Respect to, pet store animal bans and traveling animal. We're talking about both, I think.
Well, we could take up, why don't we take up
Yeah, let's do them
separately?
separately. I
Or
think
not?
that-
Track changes for the other article ready to pull up when you're done with Article 14.
Okay, I move no action on pet store animal ban warrant article 14. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye, or if you're not in favor, no. John Van Scoyac?
No.
Miriam Ashkenazi?
No.
Mike Sandman?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next is the warrant article 15, traveling animal shows, which we also don't have in Brookline, or do we?
Not anymore.
In recent memory.
Mhm.
No, no. In fact, even the Barnum and Bailey train didn't touch on Brookline. It used to go
Mhm.
across the
Can we
BU Bridge.
stop them if they tried to use our tracks?
No,
Okay.
that's unconstitutional.
Interstate commerce.
Interstate commerce. Yeah. Interstate commerce.
Okay, so what do we have here?
There is an amended version in our packet.
Okay,
So these are similar cleanup language. Same thing, advisory will be taking this up on Thursday. This is coming through the work of the subcommittee.
okay, and that's in our packet here. I can't find it.
Yep, that's the second item in your OneDrive folder.
It's in the folder, Bernard.
Oh, here it is, popped up. Okay, what do people think about this?
I-
Mike, you have some thoughts?
This is sort of a much more theoretical one than the purchase of pets. So I don't, I don't have any strong feelings about it one way or another. Generally speaking, I'm in favor of less regulation rather than more. So I would prefer I'd probably vote no on this.
Okay. John, what's your thinking?
Oh, I'm in favor of it.
Paul?
Yeah, I think I would have some serious issues if a traveling act came through with a hippo or a giraffe.
Shark.
Yeah, I mean, this, yeah, so I have no issue with this article. I would
Okay.
vote in favor. of it.
Miriam?
I also support this warrant article.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. So I move favorable action of warrant article 15, traveling animals. Even though it's a theoretical risk or threat. All in favor, unless there are further discussion, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Abstain?
abstain. That's no guidance for me. Paul
Nor
Warren,
for the
Aye.
public, I'm afraid.
and Chair votes aye. Okay. Next, home rule petition to implement rent stabilization and tenant eviction protections. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
So
Okay.
I can just report on the advisory committee, vote on this. It failed to gain favorable action. The vote there was 3 to 15 to 4.
I'm sorry, is that favorable action?
No,
No.
no action.
It-
Or
a
no
a
action.
motion for favorable action failed 3 to 15 to 4.
Okay. Any discussion here on the select board?
I'm sorry, we're talking about the rent stabilization.
Yeah,
Yes.
rent control, yeah.
You want to give your views?
Yeah.
Miriam?
I mean, I think this is a conversation worth having. I think this is a way for us to signal, for me and anyways to support it, to signal our support, even though I think it's many steps away from actually happening. So I support it and I'm comfortable voting on it tonight.
Michael.
So we have a letter from
Ronald
Ronald Brown, which described one of the major concerns that I have, which is that very quickly rent control becomes highly inequitable in that the incomes of people are not tested in any way. There's no means testing. And he demonstrated that, he gave us some data that I think was telling. The other aspect of this is, as we were talking about when we heard from the petitioner, there is a chilling effect on development of new housing from rent control. I don't care how you couch it, it's going to have an impact. And that's exactly the opposite of what we're trying to do. We're trying to get more housing, not less. And I think this is an impediment to more housing.
Okay. Any thought, John?
Yeah, I think the report that the advisory committee did, that Aleximani did for the advisory committee, is extremely thorough and covers most of the reasons why this would not be good for tenants in Brookline or other individuals in Brookline. I happen to have made the point when we had the sponsor here a week or two ago, by telling a story about a developer who years ago during the rent control era approached me as the editor of the local newspaper to make his case that from a developer's point of view, this just made no sense. And the way he made the point, and I'm repeating the story because I should have said it better than I did. Keeping in mind that we just have had headlines this week that you can purchase a U.S. Treasury note about which there's probably no more secure security and get 5% interest for 10 years. And the point that this developer made years ago, I'll put it in terms of that 5% interest rate on a 10-year Treasury note. This article would allow a profit of 3%. The rest of the 7% is to cover inflation and your expenses. So there's really only a profit of 3% that is allowed under this legislation. And as was said to me years ago by a developer, if I'm only going to make 3%, why wouldn't I just go buy a Treasury bill and make 5%? And it's such a disincentive to developers to invest in Brookline. And the other thing that I didn't say that occurred to me, because this actually happened too, as soon as the threat of rent control or rent stabilization is raised, developers aren't stupid, landlords aren't stupid. If they think they're going to be capped a couple of years from now, that's an incentive to actually increase the rent as much as they possibly can now. And so this could end up actually causing there to be exorbitant rent increases in the expectation that if they don't get their money now, they're going to be limited, 3 years from now. And so you could end up actually creating pressure to increase rents rather than to cap rents.
Okay, Paul, you have anything to add?
I would say I agree with many of the comments that my colleagues have made. I am very sensitive to the fact that about affordability. It's why I've spent my entire summer in the last 4 or 5 months working on trying to create some additional deed restricted housing and affordable housing in Brookline, because I am sensitive to it. I am really concerned about the impact that something like this would have on development. I do think it's a counter to what we're trying to do with producing development. But I want to speak briefly to what John just said about the impact that signaling something like this to landlords. My mother-in-law moved from South Brookline, from South Portland down to be in the neighborhood next to us. She's 2 blocks over. She happens to be in Boston. So she lives 2 blocks away, but she's in Boston. She moved down the first year that she was here. At the end of her lease, her rent went up $45. And then Boston put in their home rule petition for rent control. Her rent went up $650 per month. And she ended up negotiating that down to $350, but $350. And that was exactly because of what John just said. And this happened quite a bit in Boston. There was a move to increase the level of rent because the landlords were very concerned about getting to a base that was high enough so when they were capped. I don't know if it's possible that what Boston did already signaled to the Brookline market. I don't know, but it is. But conversely, if there was rent control, they couldn't have increased her rent by $650 a month. But I am really sensitive to it. I'm kind of torn about it. But I think right now the best way that we can improve affordability in Brookline is to pass things like the consensus plan of the select board, create more deed restricted affordable housing, create more middle income workforce housing at various AMIs, and create some more market rate housing. I think that's what we need to do. That's what's in our control. And I think that's why I would end up voting no action on this article.
Okay, I really agree with most people's comments. But this warrant article is really an attempt to address an utter failure of the market in Brookline and Boston and Massachusetts, throughout the country. So there is some virtue to the sentiment expressed in the warrant article, but it doesn't really answer the question. So I'm probably inclined to vote no too. But we need to come up with some solutions instead of a bad solution. And what Paul mentioned are some of the solutions. It's not going to really solve the problem, but it's all we have to work with. So
I don't think that that the current situation is solely a matter of a failure of the market. We have a zoning regime in place that I've used this analogy before, has created a landlocked Nantucket, where you can't build anything unless it looks in really you can't build anything because you can't tell what it's supposed to look like from the labyrinth of regulations that people have to go through in order to build something. So indeed, Paul's absolutely right. The way to attack this issue, and it's going to take time for the market to respond, is through passage of the consensus article. Setting a limit on rent in the meantime is just going to cause the kind of disruption that John was talking about.
yeah, the market is also failing in areas where there is not a landlocked Nantucket.
True, I grant you that.
That's
Yeah.
neither here nor
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
I'd like to move no action on warrant article 16, home rule petition to implement rent stabilization and tenant eviction protections. All in favor, please indicate by saying not aye. If you are in favor of positive action on warrant Article 16, you say no to this, as I'm sure everyone knows. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Okay.
I'm sorry. She's behind you. Marion Ashkenazi,
No.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, warrant Article 17, resolution regarding fluorinated hydrocarbons, otherwise known as PFAS.
This
Melissa?
was discussed last week. The only change that the advisory committee made was in the where the therefore clause. I'm just marked it up. I just have to grab the right document. Okay.
They changed citizen to residents.
This is just the certified to be free of fluorinated chemicals. So just this slight change here. Everything else remained the same. And that was the vote there was 22-0-1.
Okay, any discussion of the select board? Miriam, do you have any comments?
I'm all for this.
Okay, any other comments? Do you want favorable action or?
I move favorable action on Article 14, Article, whatever the heck it is.
Okay, we're moving
17.
favorable action on Article 17.
Thank you.
Resolution regarding fluorinated hydrocarbons, otherwise known as PFAS. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye, despite the fact that it's trying to take away my shaving cream, which I really don't like. Any rate, John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Mike Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
and I'll stock up on my shaving cream.
You can always take your money to Boston and buy it.
That's right. I could do that. So I'll vote aye too. Okay. Next, warrant Article 18, resolution on creating a moderators committee on forms of municipal government.
So that was also voted favorable action 21-0-1 as amended by the subcommittee. And I'm just needing to find that language, which hopefully is in your packet as well. I'm not sure if that one is in your packet, so it'll take me a minute to find that one. If you want to maybe move on to Article 2 while I try and find Article 18.
Okay, Article 2, collective bargaining, human resources. What?
So that article, we currently don't have any collective bargaining agreements ready for the board in time for town meeting. So the recommendation under this article would be no action.
Okay, I move no action on warrant Article 2, collective bargaining. All in favor, John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Okay, back to warrant Article 18, resolution on creating a moderators committee on forms of municipal government. Do you have the changes from the advisory committee yet?
I'm just looking for an email that hopefully has it in there. So if you just give me a minute. There we go. I knew I had it somewhere. Okay, so these are the changes here. So the therefore clause was edited so that item B says that the committee objectively evaluate the positive and negative aspects. And then item D adds the words after holding public meetings to town meeting and make it available to all residents of the town. So those were the inserts there. They're in red on the screen that you hopefully, I'm not sure how to blow up my email. So let me try this.
Oh,
There you go.
Okay, any question or comments about the changes? Seem fairly straightforward and simple.
Miriam has her
at least
hand
to
up.
me.
Oh,
Thank
and now her
you.
hand's down. It's
No,
up, it's down.
I mean,
What'd
I'm
you-
just, it doesn't change my position, which is that that we don't need this. But I'm happy to vote on it.
Good argument.
So
I
I,
mean,
my
we don't need it.
my
It's
view,
false binary, it's moderators committees are not neutral. Sorry. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Paul.
no, I was gonna say, I've been back and forth on this myself. I think that the group that Rebecca Stone is leading to gather signatures and put the question on the ballot, to appoint a charter change commission, which would be elected, not appointed, but elected. This moderators committee, could produce something that may or may not be useful for the charter change commission. And I think more information is not bad. It can't, it won't hurt, it could help. And so I'm inclined, I think, to support this, because it will add more information to the to the public discussion.
John, what do you think? Or
I'm in favor.
Pierre? Okay.
Yeah.
Mike, you have any thoughts?
I think it's a committee that's going to waste its time.
I agree, but okay, so I move favorable action on warrant article 18, the moderators committee. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye, or if you're not in favor, say no, of course. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
No,
Mike Sandman,
No,
Paul Warren,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. I agree, it's a waste of time, but that's neither here nor there.
I thought I was gonna, I thought
It's
my
not- it's
great
not a-
speech
it's
was
not
gonna.
a hurtful waste of time, right? I mean,
No, no.
we'll have information. Maybe it will be
Yeah.
used.
right, information.
Okay, that's the end of the warrant articles, so.
Well,
great.
we can still talk about Article 1 of Special Town Meeting 4 is on our list. So
Well, we want to update you that with the ad hoc committee had approved a couple of the EDAB amendments, EDAB's proposed amendments.
do we know where is Melissa still on? Do we know where AC is? Have they finished with this yet, or?
They were still working on it when I left.
I was gonna say,
So what I do want to say is, I've been following this very closely, and I thought maybe it'd just take a moment to update the board on what the direction that they're heading in. It seems like they're heading in. Of course, I can't predict how they'll vote. I wish I could. They did, the subcommittee, so I'm now speaking to this about the subcommittee, not the full advisory committee. The subcommittee did adopt, all of the, Brookline by Design and Yes in Brookline recommended amendments that the select board also adopted this last Tuesday. There's also a number of amendments that the committee voted on and recommended to the full advisory. They've adopted some language changes for the ground floor commercial incentive that EDAB had proposed. They have also made a tweak to the parking requirements. They're on the table of use. They've reduced some parking. I think it was like 2 was for hotels, and we've
Right.
taken
Oh,
that
yeah,
down. There were some inequality between religious institutions and other
Yep.
commercial type of properties. So those were fixed. There was a Scrivener's error that they fixed as well. So they did submit those changes to the full advisory. And I think they were going to take up 1 or 2 things more that were proposed by maybe by EDAB that they wanted to discuss at the full advisory. But they were fairly well. They were supportive. I think maybe there's one person that voted against favorable action on recommending favorable action to the full board for the consensus article.
So I do have an update. I was texting with Kara, and so they're currently taking the subcommittee motion from this afternoon as we speak. The only thing that they're not taking up is the widened definition of what counts as EDAB retail incentives, because the moderator ruled that out of scope.
Uh-huh.
And the good news is that everything else was found to be in scope that they took action on today.
So the question is, do we want to hang around for a little bit and wait to see if they vote? Because if they vote, we may be able to get the feedback from their recommendations and settle this tonight.
Yeah, I do think we should have their full, their vote, whatever it is. I think
Yeah.
that otherwise we're going to have to go back. and
It would be
forth
great.
anyway.
It would, you know, it would end up saving us, potentially saving us something, a long meeting next week if we did have to meet.
Right.
Do you wanna-
As you know, I do not want to meet, but if we have.
We may still have to, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying it may shorten the meeting quite substantially.
Do you, if you want to move on to boards and commissions updates,
Yeah,
we can talk through that.
And then take
Okay.
a break.
Okay.
And, okay.
I think what I'm going to do is, do you
Oh.
meet for boards and commissions? Are these, are we voting on
Say,
this?
let's
or-
go downstairs and
I'd like to go downstairs and
we
maybe,
should all go downstairs and then.
We just wanna take a
Well,
break.
we need a quorum. We have.
There is,
you know,
there is a vote here on the. boards
I'm
and
here.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I trust my colleagues on the vote for the boards and commissions. So I think I'll excuse myself if that's okay and go down.
Okay, well, Mike, are you going down? I prefer
No,
that you
that-
stay.
I would like to, actually, I would like to, but Paul has earned.
Are you
first
sure?
place here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you've earned it here.
I will be back up.
Okay, with the report.
I hope.
Send them our regards.
Okay, so, Devin, do you want to, just start the discussion?
Sure.
I mean, I will if you want.
Well, I think the one piece that I'd like to just highlight, and then you can kind of take over walking the board through this, is that this is one of the items that is a direct result of your select board workshop that happened back over the summer. So really pleased to see that one of the priorities that you identified was, you know, kind of streamlining communications and best practices, you know, the ways that boards and commissions operate in Brookline. And this was a nice collaborative effort between our office and the chair of the board that we're interested in presenting to you today. And, you know, the items in here are incredibly relevant. And I was speaking to Bernard about this last Thursday. We were at a Massachusetts Municipal Association conference where other communities were referencing their board and commission procedures. And so I knew that you all were right on track with where we needed to be be on par with some of our other peer communities and how they engage with their boards and commissions that have these different functions in the town government. So I think that's the introduction to this document. And Bernard and I did work collaboratively, you know, on the things that he was interested in conveying, in addition to what I've been hearing from staff and board and commission chairs about, you know, things like minutes and attendance and how to engage with the select board. And a big piece of this is your efficiency request, right? So there are a lot of boards and commissions that aren't super active anymore, or maybe have done their work, but they're still on our website. And so this is an initiative, you know, that the public and members of our volunteer boards and commissions will see kind of evolve and grow as you take on these issues on a more regular basis and begin to engage with boards and commissions, as you'll see in this document, at a minimum of one time a year to ensure that they are still providing a service to the town.
Yeah. And the main purpose here is to make sure that it's very clear the boards and commissions really do not operate outside of, you know, the town and the select board's authority, as well as, you know, our interests. Not that, you know, we're puppeteers or anything, or whatever it is, but that, you know, there has to be some alignment between what we do and what they do, so that we don't have situations like we have had in the past. I did want to add one thing to this, which somehow got left out. And this is some language that Chaz suggested. And that is after, in the first paragraph, after the sentence that says the select board relies on these bodies to advise them on policy matters, to add a new sentence and you know, listen carefully, because this is, I think, a significant addition. Members of these bodies are thus requested to provide candid, measured, and reliable guidance to the select board as the board directs, mindful this is key, of the fact that the board, as the executive political body directly accountable to the voters, is typically, well, I don't know why typically is in there, the ultimate decision maker as to what policies and procedures to adopt. So what I want to make sure, that is an attempt to make clear that, boards and commissions really have to align with the select board and the town.
Right. I would take the word typically out of there.
Well, I think that
There are rare instances where boards and commissions by statute or otherwise.
That's
do
true.
have
Transportation board has,
transportation
yeah.
being the most
Right,
obvious.
yeah,
Yes.
okay, all
Although,
right.
is there another word? But forget this is small.
Yeah, all right. Typically is close enough. I think that's great. I think, I mean, we have a very enthusiastic zero emissions advisory board that a year ago or so went off on its own and introduced warrant articles, and I don't think they came through the select board. They came through, and that's not the way things are supposed to happen. It's an advisory board. And I will say, in contrast, we've had excellent communication with the current chair.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. And by the way, what happened last year is I see you, Miriam, is, I mean, we are responsible for allowing that to happen.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I mean, I don't think anyone should, think that this was just their responsibility, but, Miriam?
Yeah.
I think
sorry.
you're on mute.
Yeah, I am. Sorry. And I'm sorry you heard my dogs fighting, playing. So I think this is great. I support it. There's a couple of things. The first is I feel like I just want it to be clear that it's not the select board liaison that's presenting to the select board, but the chair of the committee or commission. I assume, but I think we need to be really clear in that, because in some of my committees and commissions, that's not clear.
Okay. So what you have some specific language? I think it's the first bullet point.
Yeah, so I
Okay.
think you need to say boards, commissions, the board chair or shall report out to the select board at least once annually, board commissions committee chair.
But what about those boards that don't have chairs and rely on staff?
Boards, commissions and committee.
I think that there should always be a chair.
Yeah,
Oh, there's almost all, I don't think there's a board or commission where staff might, for example, help run the meeting, but I don't think the staff chairs a meeting.
What about the Parks and Recreation Commission?
No.
They have a chair?
They are currently without a chair,
Yes, but
but
historically.
they
Would
would
have a
have
chair.
one when
Yeah.
they have a
Okay,
full
so-
roster.
Okay, so what about just boards, commission and committees chairs?
Yeah.
Shall report. Or however you say that grammatically correct.
Got it.
And then then I don't see the disability commission listed anywhere here.
Ooh.
Disability.
Yeah, that second document is still a work in progress.
What does that mean?
That's my fancy way of saying that I may not have captured everyone. So I'm going to do I'm going to do an exhaustive comparative back and forth between the website and this document.
I mean, so for me, looking right, my committees that I sit on that are most active are CDICR, disability, and then brings up my other point, which is building committees. So I'm the co-chair of the Driscoll School Building Committee. So I don't see where those are covered under this document. I want it to be covered under this document. I don't.
Yeah, they are by statute many times or by law. But I think they still,
they're also temporary. So that's something for this group to discuss. We could create another bullet point under this procedure document to talk about those types of statutory and project limited.
The building committees are typically the committee of 7. So the fact that we have the building committees for these specific projects are because we have MSBA requirements around them, but they're essentially the same function as what the committees of 7 do.
But aren't those, don't they report to the school committee?
Well, the school committee, MSBA. I mean, we're asking all of them to at least give us a report, so we're on top of what's going on.
All right.
So even though they primarily may report.
Yeah,
to the
we
school-
we don't have the same authority with those as.
No.
I mean, I think there should be at least a bullet. I think they should be addressed somehow by a couple of lines.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Devin, can you
Yeah, and I'm
throw in a
thinking
bullet?
too about the bucket that they would fall into because you do approve the membership.
Yeah.
So I would say that they are select board appointed, but under the state statute,
Well, some of them have designated members, like the MSBA committees.
Right.
MSBA just.
but they do come across your desk for a vote. So they,
Mhm.
you know,
Okay.
so I'll put them under that bucket.
Okay. And here's another question that has come up, and this is a question for town council. Some of these, well, one commission, and I think more than one, the select board appoints the chair. Do we have any inherent power to replace a chair if things get out of control or we're uncomfortable or unsatisfied with the way the chair is operating?
Remove a chair. I think
Remove a
what
chair.
you're saying.
Joe Callahan, Town Council. Generally, the power to appoint includes the power to remove. If they're appointed for a term of years, they might have some due process rights. So you may have to remove them after hearing and notice and just or good cause. But generally, if you have the power to appoint, you have the power to remove.
Right, okay. Okay, any other discussion?
Nope. It's good.
Something that has come up is the issue of attendance. So I just wasn't sure, you know, if you all have read this and or agree with that Bernard and I were sort of like, how much is too much? How much is too little? And we decided on 2/3, but that was not scientific. And I did find out that some boards have a attendance requirement within their charge. So 50% +1, I believe, is for the Commission on the Arts. But that was the only other thing that I think, you know, you and I weren't really passionate about that, but
Devin, did disability have something in their charter? Because we definitely have an attendance issue with somebody.
it didn't come up when I was looking.
I mean, I just want to say I support that line because again, we have an attendance issue with somebody and when you have already issues with making quorum, somebody who is not coming month after month after month needs to be, that position needs to be filled by somebody else.
Yeah, so we cover that in
Yeah,
those
yep.
current
So that's
language.
the, I think, second to last bullet point. And in that
I'm
case,
saying I support that. Yes.
great. Yeah, the chair would, you know, this document, once it's finalized, will be disseminated to all boards and commissions, but I will take specific care to make sure each chair, you know, really goes over these and contacts our office if they have any questions. And in that instance, you know, the chair would reach out to our office and say, this member is not attended 2/3 of the meeting, and I'm looking for approval to have the select board, you know, remove them so that we can get someone who is engaged.
And, you know, as we interview people for positions, I think it's helpful to just make sure that they're aware of this policy so that they are clear that they're clear as to what the role of the committee or commission that they're being appointed to is, including chairs of commissions or committees. Okay.
Not that you're pointing anybody out or anything like that.
No. Okay, any further discussion on this? We're not voting on this, right?
Yes.
Well, you
Oh,
can.
we are.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
Well, we still have some amendments that have to be incorporated, or are we
I'm doing
satisfied?
them in live time.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
okay.
Are you
So-
fine with us sending this to boards and commissions as amended?
I am, yeah.
I am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I make one asterisk?
Yes,
Because this says 2/3, but you just told me arts has its own policy, which is 50+1.
Yes.
So do you want a line there that says something like unless a commission already has a policy?
Unless otherwise provided.
yeah.
Or you want everybody to be like, do you want the arts?
No,
to
no, I think it
That's
should
fair,
be.
'cause there are some commissions,
caveat.
some commissions committees that you're going to want better attendance.
Yeah.
Sure.
You know, Colin,
Yeah.
you can set in the charge
Mm.
unless
Yeah.
unless otherwise specified.
Okay,
Okay.
and thanks. That's a good change.
Done.
Okay. Okay, so that is ready for a vote. Unless anyone has any further discussion or issues? Okay, I move approval of the board procedures, proposed policy on boards, commission, and committees, operations, or whatever we're calling it, as amended in our discussion. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Mike Sandman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, great. So we can put that together and send it out to all of our boards and commissions. And let's talk about, the cover letter that we're gonna send, so. I want to just send it to them.
Related to that, because this grew out of the last workshop that we had, offsite that we had. Are we set for the one in December the date that we had selected?
Yes.
Okay.
And what date is that?
Thursday, December 14th.
I have a big question mark because I just found out that might be my my work's holiday party. I just have to find out. The workshop would be during the day, right?
Yes.
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 So I just have to find out when the holiday party is. I'll see
Yeah.
if I can do that.
Invite your office. No, don't.
No, you definitely don't want my office. We specialize in democracy.
Oh, don't want that.
No, no. Okay, I just texted asking for an update downstairs.
And Bernard is going to give an update on the zoning bylaw committee.
Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's not really an additional update to what I gave on October 3rd, I believe, which is that you remember Polly Salco and I wanted to propose disbanding the zoning bylaw committee because it really wasn't serving a function. It wasn't carried out by other bodies that all the members of the committee were on. And Carla Benka objected, and we had a meeting to discuss it as a committee. And the decision of the committee was to put the operation of the committee into abeyance until after town meeting 2024, this regular town meeting, at which point Carla Benka and some others on the committee would put together a proposal to reestablish or not the zoning bylaw based on their analysis of its role, its proper role, going forward. So.
Okay.
Okay.
So, and the committee voted by majority, the majority of the committee voted to disband it, but I thought that the arguments that Carla and others made to give us an opportunity to, rethink that were valid arguments, so.
And it was a very narrow majority.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's one person.
Yeah.
And I think this agenda item, the boards and commissions updates agenda item, will be kind of the place that we house that on the agenda moving forward, especially as you begin to have these annual reviews with your boards and commissions to say, if someone hasn't reported out in a year, we should assess,
Do we need you?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, this is not a hearing, but Ms. Frawley, you have something to say? Well, you were raising your hand.
You have something to say.
No, I mean,
No.
we can't, I'm sorry, Miss Frawley, I'm sorry.
Wait,
Sorry.
hold on.
I really have to apologize here, but I want to just inform the chair. We have to have a steadily enforced policy about public
Okay.
comment. If this is not a public hearing.
Yeah, this is not a public hearing and I,
So the alternative is that you would just give your comment at the conclusion.
When we will reopen
Okay,
for
as long
public.
as you don't take a vote yet. Are you going to take a vote now on this?
Yes.
yes.
Wait, there is no vote to take.
Oh,
Wait,
Right.
what are we talking about?
We're talking about the zoning bylaw committee.
oh, yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
I'm
no.
talking about that's
Yeah,
what I
okay,
wanted
this
to
is,
speak to.
okay,
Okay. Yeah. So at the conclusion of the meeting, you can give your comment.
Sorry, I don't mean to, I want to.
no, I appreciate the fact that, yeah, you um, reiterate the fact that I need to be harder on things like this.
Sorry.
Okay, let's see, next, boards and commission appointments, Commission for the Arts. And we have an appointment of, and I don't have in my notes, who is being appointed.
In the script.
Oh, okay. So many pieces of paper here. I notes, the script.
Should be the very last page.
Okay, Commission for the Arts, we have appointment of John Dukakis for a term expiring on in 2024. Beth Bacon for a term expiring in 2025. Monica Risi for a term expiring in 2025. And Alice Meadows for a term expiring in 2025.
And something I just want to make the board aware of is that this commission in particular, the chair and the staff person, Jillian Jackson, who many of you know, did reach out and request waiving the interviews because they have had a bunch of members step down. They are struggling to meet a quorum, like Miriam mentioned, and most of these individuals were heavily recruited by current board and commission members. So that their request was, and you did interview Monica Risi last week. And you know, when it became evident that the interviews would need to span through the end of November and possibly December, they were like, is there any way that you could expedite this?
Okay, so we're appointing all four of them to the four positions that are open and then
Yes.
more positions, I understand.
Yes, and there are more open positions than just these four.
Okay, and is John Dukakis related to Michael?
It's a son, I think.
Yes.
Really?
know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we definitely want.
I don't know if he mentioned it in his application. I wasn't paying that close attention.
Okay, so I move appointment of John Dukakis, Beth Fagan, Monica Risi, and Alice Meadows to terms as indicated earlier to the Commission for the Arts. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, so are you ready?
Kara thinks another 5 minutes or so. Do you want to take a 5-minute break? and come
Yeah.
Back at 9:45?
Or so break.
Okay, 9:45.
Just remember, the advisory committee's work expands to meet the time available.
Yeah. I've been watching them and it doesn't look like another 5 minutes to me, but anyway. I'm going to take the opportunity to dash home and then I'll pick up when I get home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we all should do that. No.
Yeah, let's take 5 minutes and if we're still. It's also an opportunity if you want to have public comment now, if you want to let Mr.
Don't know how it was conducted and what value it had. Where it failed was because the chair had the power to call the committee to come to a meeting. And for 2.5 years, the then chair of the Board of Selectmen chose not to do that. And I can tell you, there were many complaints among members of the committee, and yet the chair wouldn't budge. Finally, he called a committee. meeting and I was there, the only member of the public that was there. And he announced we won't be using this because we're going to be doing overlay districts all over town. And then there was, to the best of my knowledge, there's never been another bylaws committee meeting. And it's one of those ironic catch-22s. The chair doesn't call them and you use the fact that they haven't met and had a report for reason for not having a value at all. And the people who were on that committee were very valuable, very thoughtful. Very thoughtful. And it's just a shame that the chair did not take that responsibility to call them and made an active choice not to. And that's just historical fact, and I stand by it. Thank you.
Was I the chair?
I beg pardon?
I was the chair, right? Or was that, I don't think that was my chair.
It's amazing how poor it is lately. Say it again, please.
Was I the chair? I don't think so.
No, you were not.
Okay,
I would have said.
just for the record.
No, you were not.
No, you got 5 minutes. We're taking a 5-minute break.
Oh, okay.
We'll see if they're done by then. If not,
They are not going to be done before you go home. They have a motion on the table to amend for favorable action on the our consensus article as amended by the subcommittee, and they're now discussing it. So that could be
Okay, so
an hour.
do you want
Okay.
to?
We will have to meet next week.
Okay.
you could theoretically meet virtually, though. if
We
this
can-
is-
Yeah, it
if
could be
this is-
fully remote.
Yeah, we could be remote. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's the only thing that will be on the agenda.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, there will always be more. There's always agenda bloat, but hopefully it'll be minimal agenda bloat.
But they're close. They're having a good discussion.
Good.
Supporting the usual suspects who are.
Opposed.
Okay, we will try to make it one item agenda. No agenda vote.
No, I think we're good.
Well, we have to.
We're all
We have to adjourn.
Okay, meeting's ended.